There, you still here? Hello? Okay, good. So I just wanted to, can you see the screen okay? Can you see my screen? Okay, so I just want to show you how you do this. So this is, are you getting this from the Hangout, like down here at the bottom right or whatever, where it says links? Okay, so that's one way of getting it. The other way of getting it, of course, would be to go to the video itself and grab this URL, right? What on earth? So I'll show you why that's, you have one of those two options, and I'll show you why that is a thing. So basically, you're at the lobby, right? And are you a moderator? Do you have the button here? This button right here? Okay. Oops. All right. So now we'll go back to the lobby. And now you should have this little lobby thing over here if you refresh. Now you're a moderator on Gun Channels. Okay, so when you click on that, oh, I better go back and copy this again. So let's say, like I say, you got this thing from your Hangout, that's fine. The other way to get it, like I say, was from the URL up here. But whatever one you grab, you head into Edit, and then you get a screen that looks like this. On a computer. On a phone, it looks shittier. But anyway, on a computer, you'll have this thing is the lobby, or I mean the video, and this thing here is the chat room. So don't delete the chat room. So you go to the one that's the old video. So sometimes there's two here, sometimes there's one, depending on who was here before you and how they did it. I usually delete whatever's there and put the new one in, but if it's like the old one just ended, some people will leave the one on top. I don't go in here that much, so it's just there might even still be people in one. You know what the deal is. So anyway, let's say you are going to remove this one because this is the one that I just posted. So just highlight it and you delete. I'm hitting delete on the keyboard, so now it's gone. So now I'm going to add the new one, or replace it in this case, and I'll click on the video thing to insert a video here, or I can go to insert and insert video, but I just click on the little video thingy here. So that's where you get the two options. Now, the one that you get from inside the video is the embed, but you could also just take the copy the URL and put that on general, or put the embed one over there like that. And when you do, it opens up and you save. And then jump back over to the channel. There's a button over there on the right. And then I usually grab this, and then I go. Just so everybody can click that to refresh. Anyway, that'll get your one up here. Right on. Yeah, and you're a mod now, so just be, don't do weird shit and break everything. But yeah, thanks for hosting. So I'm assuming you're at work or something. So I'm going to be back and forth also. So I'll stay in here and then I'm on. It's windy here, so I don't know. I'm intermittent. When I was trying to go live a minute ago, it was like cutting in and out. So I get dropped. I'll be back and I'll refresh it or whatever.
What's up, everybody? Yikes. Man who sold access to CNC mill to make untraceable guns, sentenced to 41 months. It's a bunch of crap, dude. Unlawfully manufacture firearms. He didn't do anything. He just let someone use his tool. It's so fucking stupid. Oh man, he made a deal. Last year, he pled guilty to those counts in exchange for federal prosecutors dropping other charges. Known online as Dr. Death. Jesus Christ, what kind of article is this, Clay? Would sell unfinished AR-15 lower receivers, which customers would then pay for him to transform into fully machined lower receivers using a CNC mill. In order to create the pretext that the individual in such a scenario was building his or her own firearm, a skilled machinist would often have the individual press a button or put his or her hands on the piece of machinery so that the individual could claim that individual, rather than the machinist, made the firearm. Under federal law, it is allowed to manufacture your own firearm, but is not allowed to do so for others without proper licensing. Crown and Shield owned and operated a machine shop that he would allow customers with unknown backgrounds to use his machinery to unlawfully manufacture firearms for profit. That activity posed a very dangerous threat to the safety of our communities. Okay, name one fucking thing that was done with an 80%er milled at that guy's shop, you fuckface motherfucker. I can't stand these fucking authors. What's your name? Cyrus Farivar? Fucking douche nozzle.
What are you raging about?
Oh, this article that Clay put in the thing. I'll read the headline. Man who used CNC mill to make untraceable guns sentenced to 41 months. So basically, this dude would sell 80% lowers. He owned a machine shop. And then they said, yeah, in order to create the pretext that the individual in such a scenario was building his or own firearm, the skilled machinist would often have the individual press a button or put his or her hands on the piece of machinery so that the individual could claim that the individual, rather than the machinist, made the firearm. Under federal law, it is allowed to manufacture your own firearm, but it is not allowed to do so for others without proper licensing. So basically, yeah, the dude sold 80% lowers and sold time on a machine. And last year, he pled guilty to unlawful manufacture of a firearm and one count of dealing firearms in exchange for federal prosecutors dropping other charges. Oh, John's got a long mustache, eh?
Yeah, it didn't work out very good. So it's more like goofy looking melted face has a long mustache.
I wonder where they got this part from. I don't know. Maybe you didn't hear what I was reading earlier. According to investigators, Crown and Shield, known online as Dr. Death, would sell unfinished AR-15 lower receivers, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's a short article. But, like, I wonder where they get Dr. Death from. Was that, like, his gamer name or something? You know, anything can sound bad. My house is freaking out. The TV just shut itself off in the middle of Bourne. I think they're watching me. I think I like the blue as the background. I think that was a good choice.
Yeah, blue is definitely the background for this one because then it's red, white, and blue.
I thought you were at work, Sean. What the hell? I remember I had a game like that on my graphing calculator. You had to like type everything out, like basically the stuff you're clicking there, and it would be like, whatever. So you'd say like move north or move north, blah blah blah, whatever, and then it's like you see a dragon, and you're like kill dragon, unknown command. Pet dragon, unknown command. Shit yourself and run away from dragon, unknown command. It's like you had to kind of almost guess like what the hell you were supposed to type, even if it like you were on the right path. You had to know exactly what words to use. Or it'd be like, oh, there's a book, and you're like, oh, take book, unknown command. Read book, unknown command. Open book. You open the book and read it. It says blah blah blah. You're like, oh, well, what that should be the same thing as read book. What the hell? It's like half of the game was figuring out what the hell you were supposed to even say, not let alone like what you were supposed to do. But it was fun. It was short. Like I said, it was just on a freaking graphing calculator, so it's not like there was that much stuff. Take rope. Tie rope into noose. There you go. See, you're halfway there. You took the EPROR sign? What's an EPROR? How many torches you need? Come on. Jesus. Take broom. Sweep floor. The floor is now clean. Janitor files a grievance against you for doing his job. Use torch on union leader. Ew, green slime. Use the broom to sweep up green slime. Ah, monster.
So you're playing a video game where you walk around with a broom sweeping things up.
That's what it looks like.
Mm.
It's one of them, like text-based games. Dragon and Dungeons or something. It's definitely not the same if you don't have to actually type the things out, because that was by far the funnest part of the game. Because then you just start getting pissed off and you just type in, like, use the fucking maze. Like, what the goddamn, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, unknown command. Fucking look at the stupid map. Oh, man. Oh, the Untouchables. Started right at noon. We talked about that on the Daily Show recently. Do 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 do.
Think anybody's going to jump in the chat today? What's going on?
You don't need a website. Why not do it yourself? Choose from hundreds. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy.
You can't jump in both at the same time and not even say nothing. That's not fair.
Who, me and the Canadian?
Yeah.
I do what I fucking want. I might just sit here on mute the whole time.
Well, who would do something like that?
Nah, it wouldn't make you guys happy like that.
So what's been going on, peoples?
I'm just reading this article about Levante White Jr., 2 years old, who was killed along with his 26-year-old uncle, Lazarek Collins. Pregnant woman was shot. The woman and her unborn child survived the attack. I posted this in the external. This is latest and greatest obscene story from Chicago, heartland of America.
Well, in good news, the Canadian Hearing Protection Act has went up, and we've already got almost 3,000 signatures in the last 20 hours. So that's good.
Well, the Hearing Protection Act would be great if we could hear what you were saying.
I said our Canadian Hearing Protection Act style petition thing just went up yesterday, and it's already at almost 2,000 signatures, and it's going up by about 50 every 30 minutes.
So this is just some petition.
Yeah, unlike you guys, they actually have to answer these. They actually have to respond to these ones when we do it on our website. These ones are actually legally binding. Although I do think we have one guy that's willing to sponsor a bill if we can get enough signatures on this as well, regardless of how the government responds to it.
I'm just reading an article from the Washington Post. They're not happy about this repeal of the rule on Social Security Administration submit records to the National Background System for disability recipients. They're not happy about that at all.
Why?
Well, they say that this first move on guns isn't the last we'll see of Congress advancing the gun lobby's agenda of more guns for anyone, anywhere, no questions asked.
Hey, at least I finally got something right. Because you're goddamn right it's not the end.
For example, the National Rifle Association is currently pushing radical legislation to make it easier for people to buy firearms silencers.
You're goddamn right we are. Be afraid, bitch. We're in power now. Y'all had a great 8 years. Not anymore.
And then there's the top gun lobby priority for this new Congress, an unprecedented policy that would allow potentially dangerous and irresponsible people to carry concealed guns throughout the country. The gun lobby is proposing a reciprocity law that would turn the lowest state standard for carrying a concealed loaded handgun into the law of the land. No training, legally blind, No background check? No problem.
I don't actually understand how at this point in the game anyone believes them when they say that you don't have to do a background check. Like, let alone buy one, to fucking get a carry permit.
Yeah, they're really starting to grasp at straws here and trying to defend their viewpoint while we actually are pushing through common sense regulation now.
Mm. Now what you need to do is get the fucking federal prohibition on marijuana removed. And preferably removed from the 4473 if you're intending on leaving the 4473 as is.
Yeah, I don't think the federal government is going to touch marijuana. It has no incentive to do that whatsoever.
All of that tax money, though. If there's anything the government won't say no to, it's stealing more money from you in taxes.
Well, here's one out of Miami. I'll say the Miami Herald. It's actually out of Tallahassee, which is the state capital of Florida. Individuals who want a state-issued permit to carry a concealed gun in Florida would first have to pass a mental health evaluation under a new proposal from Miami-Dade County Senator. The measure comes 6 weeks after a gunman shot and killed 5 people, injured 6 in a baggage claim area of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. Senator Daphne Campbell of Miami Shores said the impetus for her proposal came not only from the airport shooting, but the ongoing gun violence in Miami-Dade, such as in her district, which includes Liberty City. About 20 related would you mind me? About 20 related proposals have been filed for the upcoming 2017 legislative session. But Campbell's is the first related to mental health, particularly in the wake of the Fort Lauderdale shooting. The suspected shooter had previously told FBI officials, yada, yada, yada. You just have to weed through these things. Campbell's bill does not require a mental health evaluation for people to own or purchase guns. Okay. She said a mental health screening while applying for a concealed weapons permit is necessary because although someone might pass a background check or might not have a criminal record, she said, you might be mental and nobody knows if you're mental. This is
Well,
thought crime.
they're very, understanding and open to, differently capable people.
And this last paragraph here, I don't understand. It says, if we do not have, okay, I see. I was reading it wrong. If we do not have a very strict law on gun permits, trust me, the situation for gun violence is not going to stop. So all those criminals that steal all the guns out of all the stores in Florida are going to be stopped, but when they go to get a, oh, that's right, they don't get permits. Well, this is likely to fail. But 20 related proposals, 20 gun-related proposals. These are the gun law changes Florida lawmakers could take up in 2017. Stand your ground, which shifts the burden of proof in a criminal case where a defendant claims immunity to prove at a pretrial hearing, yada, yada, yada. Open carry and carrying concealed would allow for the open carrying of handguns. That's good. We know Sean's pushing that one. They just keep on sending it back every time it gets voted down. Gun storage, tighten language in an existing law that requires guns to be locked in a gun safe or have a trigger lock when around children aged 16 years or younger. You know, for me, that's just common sense. I don't know if we need a law for it. Like, if you don't have the common sense, you're not going to do it regardless of what the law says. So, Darwin, I know it's for the children. Guns in theaters would prohibit concealed weapons permit holders from carrying in performing art centers or theaters. Well, maybe this one comes from that one retired police officer who capped the guy behind him who had the cell phone on or some shit like that. You know, solving problems, people. Solving problems. Assault weapons ban. Senator Linda Stewart and Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith would ban in Florida many specific assault-style firearms and parts that convert a firearm into an assault weapon, such as large-capacity magazines. Third-degree felony, sell or possess, yada, yada, yada. Gun ban liability. Gun ban liability. It's from a Republican.
Wow. So there was have you ever seen that show, like What Would You Do? It was on I don't know, one of the news things. They like set up a thing that with like hidden cameras.
Yeah.
So this one, first off, the framing of it's fucking horrible, but it's basically this dad is buying a gun for his son. I guess the kid's like 7. And then like they're like actors or whatever. And then like some lady who's also an actor walks up and is like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're buying a gun for your son. That's so dangerous."
Oh, I've
And
seen
then
that one.
just see like what the customers say. And like this one dude's like, excuse me, that's the most responsible thing a father could do for his son, like, lady.
Yeah, you're talking about the customer that's at the counter next to the
Right.
father and son.
Yeah, he's the one not in on it. All the other 3 are in on it. So but yeah, the father and son and the lady are all the actors, but yeah, so good for him. But even just like the way they preface the thing, I mean, they're like, you know, guns and kids, and then they're like every 3 days a kid has a tragedy with a gun, and it'd be like, okay, well, that sucks. But first off, that's really not that much. I mean, it's like 100 kids a year. But yeah, it sucks for them and for the families, but there's plenty of other things that kill kids. I'm sure bleach bottles kill more than that. But anyways, but then it's like, okay, if kids having accidents with guns is the problem, you're saying the solution is to not teach your kids how to use guns? Because I'm pretty sure that's the exact opposite result. I shot a gun when I was 5 years old, and I learned, one, what the safety was and stuff, and I learned not to touch the trigger until I was ready to shoot the gun. I mean, it really wasn't that complicated.
It's the whole hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Until you're confronted with evil and don't know what to do with it, which I certainly will not call guns evil. But
no, I'm not saying they are. What I'm saying is that people who don't want and their children have any interaction with firearms feel that they can shelter them. And, for the most part, they probably can if they're wealthy. But for all intents and practical purposes, you can never be 100% sheltered in life. So it's really difficult, I think, for non-gun owners, people who are not in the gun culture to accept the fact that, children shoot guns, people hunt and eat wild animals. They can't bring themselves to it. It's irrational for them. They live their lives in society's construct of concrete and glass and gypsum and stone, and they wouldn't know what it would be like to try and go for a mile hike down a trail. So, which you may want to carry some protection from animals or other predators. But yeah, I'll just go down and list off the titles of all the rest of these measures that are going in. Where did I leave off? Gun ban liability, guns in courthouses, guns in airports, guns in legislative meetings, guns on campus, guns in government meetings, guns in career centers. Would lift the ban. Open carry. That seems like a duplicate bill. Concealed carry protection. So a lot of these are pro-gun. This says that temporarily and openly display protection. You happen to brandish while in a holster, you can't be charged. Criminal penalties, enhanced criminal penalties for brandishing. It's funny, it just seems like they're all opposites. One Democrat will institute a bill to increase penalties, and then the Republicans will initiate a bill to decrease the penalties. These people are really just sucking up public funds at this point and not serving any purpose, from what I can tell. Another carry concealed. This is a runaway government here, it looks like, in Florida.
Depending on what crime or whatever, I would have to say I'm probably not pro reducing penalties. I think that's a better way of doing it, is saying everyone's allowed to have a gun. If you misuse the gun, then you get in really big trouble. So that encourages people not to misuse it. But at the same time, then sometimes it's they want to increase penalties on whatever, not properly transporting it or something, something that can catch people. They're just going to the range and they didn't put it in 2 double locked boxes or some shit. It's just in their range bag in the back seat. And they're like, oh, now you go to jail for 10 years. So I'm not
this one in particular, but initiated by a Democrat, would enhance criminal penalties for brandishing a dangerous weapon or firearm on or near school grounds or a school-sponsored activity. Creates criminal penalties if a gun is discharged when obtained by a minor. So you'd be in favor of that?
Oh, I'm not sure about that one because sometimes they use the brandishing thing to catch regular legal carriers and such.
In an act of self-defense.
Yeah, or something, or even I've heard of it, like your shirt rides up and someone sees it and they consider that brandishing.
Yeah.
Like, if they want to be a jerk about it. But what was it? It sounded like it was brandishing, but then they also lumped in if a minor misuses it or something.
Yeah, so it's on or near school grounds or a school-sponsored activity. And then, so that was the enhancement. And then it creates penalties if a gun is discharged when obtained by a minor. So I guess that means if a kid gets a gun, steals it from his parents, and then shoots it into the air, the parent is now a criminal. And it's funny that they have to make up a law for that. You would think there's already something on the books that would just automatically charge the parent. That's bad. You shouldn't have let that happen. You're a bad parent. You're going to pay some cost. Right? Like endangerment of a minor or public endangerment. There's got to be something on the books. They just want to lump laws on top of laws on top of laws.
Right.
Make it look like they're actually doing something when they're not. And so when this stuff goes into the courts, these people only ever get charged with one thing anyways. And they get a plea deal or, it's all just a big game between these
Well, hang on, that's not true.
legislators, the attorneys, the judges, and the police.
Well, I'll agree with that, but something you said stands out to me. They don't only ever get charged with one thing. That's why they make double and triple type laws, because that way one thing happens and they charge you with 7 things and you plead out 6 of them, and
it forces you to plea out
6. Even
and then
they were all
you don't ever go to a fucking trial, and you never get charged of what you should have gotten charged. You never do the time that you should be doing. There was a guy in San Francisco who almost hit someone in a crosswalk and then came back around and shot the motherfucker and then backed up and shot him again. And they could, it was apparently he looks a lot like his brother, so they couldn't charge him necessarily, would get a conviction, because they didn't know whether it was him or his brother, and they never found the gun. But apparently they know it was one of these 2 guys. And they got the one guy to plead out, and he got let out of jail after just over 2 years. Time served. And it's like, dude, that dude fucking tried to kill someone. And now he's on the street after 2 fucking years. Because they didn't want to bring it to trial. They're not doing their job, first of all.
Well, yeah, you're right on that. They definitely would rather just have you plead. But here's the thing. If I don't know that specific one and if they charge them with multiple things, but a lot of times in order to ensure that it doesn't go to trial, they charge you with 20 things so that you'll just plead to one of them. Because if they only charge you with one thing, you're more likely to fight it, because it's like, okay, here's the one thing, and now I'm going to fight it. And if you get off, then you end up not getting anything.
But this case, he was only charged with 2 things. And he pleaded out because he could have been in jail for 25 years. So, I don't know. Apparently if it's a weak case, then it probably makes more sense. But still, they should have given him 5 years, not just time served. That's a cop-out. Anyways, I don't believe in what the court systems are doing to the least bit. They're not working. They're not truly punishing criminals. They're not rehabilitating people. they're not doing anything that they're purportedly in place to do. But anyway, so yeah, that seems to go. This one seems to kind of go hand in hand with this previous one that was like a pro-gun piece of legislation from a Republican that would protect concealed weapon permit holders from arrests or criminal charges if they temporarily and openly display their gun. Would also let members of the Florida Cabinet, State Chief Finance Officer, Attorney General, and Agriculture Commissioner who have a concealed weapons permit carry concealed anywhere they are not prohibited by federal law. I don't know why those people wouldn't be able to carry. But yeah, this is like the display, you know, could be, you could be charged with brandishing if you just happen to display. And if you were just like outside of school, like you say, your shirt came up and some mom who demands action, you know, calls the police. So I don't think we need any more laws. Frankly, if they haven't figured out what laws people shouldn't be breaking and how to punish those people at this point in the 21st century, they're never going to. It's never going to happen. So let's just go through the rest of it. Mental health screening. This is the one I was reading before. Undergo mental health evaluation done by a clinical psychologist or psychiatrist and be deemed competent and sound of mind. That's a good one. That's a nice new layer of bureaucracy to throw in there. How much longer do you think it's going to take now to get a concealed carry permit? And if you're an out-of-state resident, you're getting an out-of-state permit, you have to go to Florida to have an appointment with a doctor, and it already takes 120 days to get a permit. Now it's going to take 6 months. Come on. Police waiting period exemption.
Yeah, you know, those types of things, they really upset me. Whenever it's like, these are all the laws we want people to live with, and then the police union get up in arms and are like, you can't do that, and they say, okay, yeah, except police, and they say, oh, okay, never mind.
Well, this one apparently, it's interesting that police have to wait the mandatory 3 days for purchasing handguns, just like a citizen would. So this law exempts them from that 3-day waiting period. I mean, why does a police officer have to wait? A regular citizen shouldn't have to wait, first of all. Okay? Those waiting periods do jack shit. Now, a police officer has been sworn in to uphold the laws, issued a department firearm. Why does he have to now wait 3 days to go buy another gun? That's stupid.
Oh, yeah. No, that's ridiculous. But here's the reason why I don't like the exemption, is because then that's less people fighting for our side.
No, I hear you there. I hear you there. And this
Because it should be any people should not
right.
have to do that.
This was a Democrat who initiated this law, this bill, I should say. So this should actually be titled just waiting period, cancellation, not anything specific for police. It should be across the board. Firearms purchases. Another Democrat. It's just bullshit. This last one's, I'm not even going to read it. Well, yeah, that's 20 laws in Florida for 2017. You can't tell me this state doesn't want to turn blue.
Well, yeah, it's 20 laws, but you said there were some pro ones in there.
I'll count up the pros.
Florida,
Florida. My name is Florida.
I thought Florida was the freest gun state in the world.
No, it's not. They don't even have open carry.
I know. They don't have open carry. They have a waiting period, which gets women killed. Documented. Never saved a life. Never documented saving a life. Only documented getting people killed. So fuck Florida, dude. And fuck my state.
Well, you know what? Smeggy is right. A good number of these are pro that I just went over quickly. Like this Guns and Career Centers actually lifts a ban. So who knows? It could be 10. I'm not going to go through and read them all. It could be 10 pro and 10 anti, which is a healthy balance, at least. Guns and the Guns on Campus is pro gun. Yeah. Guns and legislative meetings is pro gun. It's funny we have to pick apart at it, location by location. Like guns in airports is pro, and why don't they just say guns in these places, and put all those? Well, I guess because some people are going to say, "Oh, guns in airports, that's crazy. Guns in legislative meetings, that's crazy. But guns on campus, maybe that's okay."
Well, they don't say that. They don't say guns in airports. That's crazy. They say Republicans now want to let terrorists walk free in airports with guns.
Well, you have a good point. That is definitely how they spin it. Just like the Social Security thing, Republicans are going to let all mentally handicapped people, or mentally ill, that's what they call them, mentally ill people have guns. It's like, nah, dude, if they're adjudicated mentally ill, they're still not allowed to have guns. Like, that's still a thing. So just have a fucking judge say it, that you're dangerous. And that's what's crazy about it is, and that was actually the one, where they're getting rid of the Social Security thing. That was supported also by like Americans with Disabilities Act and all sorts of other stuff. Because it's like, where do we draw this line that mental illness means all of a sudden magically you are dangerous, you are evil, you're not trustworthy? It's like some people just suck with math. Like some people have learning disabilities. I've talked about this before. My cousin, very normal person, doesn't get how money works. He has a job, and then he goes and like buys too many things because he's like, well, I went to work so I can buy stuff. And it's like, that's, you don't have enough monies anymore. You used them. He doesn't realize once you buy something, you don't have the monies anymore. And it's just one of those things. Like, he actually had a fucking ex-girlfriend that took him for everything he fucking had.
He just will be the kind of guy that won't reload his magazine because he'll be like, well, I bought the bullets. My gun's empty, but...
Well, I don't know about that.
But you know what I mean? Trying to shoot it.
He is not dangerous, but I guarantee, like, if he was on Social Security, he would have someone doing his finances for him. I mean, his mom helps him with his finances now. Because he just doesn't get it. She's on all his bank accounts and all that stuff.
And he's not dangerous at all, right?
Exactly.
So
wouldn't hurt a fly.
Right. Yeah, it's a stigma, and part of it came from our side back in 2012 when I guess part of it demonized. Well, they kept saying Adam Lanza was not a right-wing conservative or a Democrat or just a regular kid, that he had a mental illness. So they kept wanting to blame the mental illness or the medications that he was taking. I don't know. It's just one of the angles they can attack, that anybody can attack, really. Anybody can latch onto as a, well, here's the reason. Because nobody wants to go or not find out the reason, or not have a reason.
Yeah, everyone wants to blame something, and unfortunately, I mean, sometimes there's not just one answer, But I agree with you. We kind of did it to ourselves with that stuff as well, saying that. So I don't know.
It's like the scapegoat. It's the easy answer, the low hanging fruit.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between somebody who's mentally ill and goes to the government and says, you know, can you help my kid? And then the government, you know, has to make a record of that from some guy who wants to go get a concealed carry permit so he can carry a gun to protect himself, and being subjected to the analysis of a shrink as to why he may want to carry that gun. So that's what I'm seeing in this legislative effort in Florida.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Are you, you know, they're going to be like, are you paranoid?
They have that.
Why do you need a
They
gun?
have that in Hawaii. I think Z and Hawaii have to go through some kind of doctor's approval or some shit.
You know, why don't we do that when you get a driver's license? You know, I mean, they're trying to screen people out from harming others. Well, I mean, we all know that more people get killed in cars. So why aren't you implementing legislation that screens people when they go to get a driver's license? Like I just told you this example of the guy who almost hit someone in a crosswalk and then shot him. It's like, that guy shouldn't have a driver's license. You know, forget about being in jail. Start taking away people's driver's licenses. See how that goes. Oh, but they need to drive to go to work. No, they don't. It's called the bus.
Yeah.
Get yourself a bus ticket.
And people drive anyway without their license. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was also reading an article about some guy who got 9 DUIs in 6 years. You know, I mean, people are going to break the law. It doesn't matter how much bureaucracy you layer on top of it. They're just going to continue to do it until you lock them away for good or execute them. Keep on letting them out in the street, they're going to keep on breaking the law. They got nothing to lose. They're a felon. They've already lost. You know, once you're a felon, you're a loser. Your life is over.
Yeah. If you get out of prison, you're living in a halfway house and you're not finding a job. At least any kind of gainful employment. I know a guy went to prison. Well, he disappeared for a while and then came back, and I found out he went to prison for 5 years for breaking and entering, and he had a handgun. I think he was caught with the handgun, but he was addicted to heroin, so he was just stealing shit at that point to pay for his habit. So now he's all clean and out of prison for it's been about 7 years since I first started talking to him again. And yeah, he still has a hard time finding places to stay and jobs to work.
And if Trump wants to help solve the crime problem and create jobs and build a wall, well, he could do that all with one fell swoop, and mandate hiring of felons to construct the border wall and get it started. I mean, these people would probably have to be mandatorily to a project to work on as part of their rehabilitation, whether it be under, the protection of guards or on a furlough process. But I mean, the hard labor has always been the punishment. Ever since I watched Rambo: First Blood Part 2, I knew that you got sent to the rock quarry. So when you cause trouble, so I got no problem with hard labor as a sentence or part of a rehabilitation, as long as you're getting some kind of reimbursement, and not just like a 1-to-1 ratio of days worked to days served. It could be a 10-to-1 or a 20-to-1 or 100-to-1, whatever is fair. But just sticking these guys in prison where they continue their criminal operations is doing us no good. It's only satisfying the for-profit prison system, and it's not solving any problems.
Yeah,
not saving any money.
a controversial view of prison, and I don't know, maybe haven't well thought out, but I would say if you go to jail, like if you get sentenced to whatever, they put you in a room and then they give you food through a slot and then you get out when you're done. And to, go along with that, because I know that like solitary confinement is like torture or whatever type of thing, drastically reduce the sentences. Like stuff that normally would be 10 years, turn it into a year. Fucking A. Son of a bitch.
Solitary confinement can cruel and unusual. And is there a way that you can keep it from being cruel and unusual in this modern day and age where you're there alone, but it's not so solitary, and you're still confined, and you're still being punished? Because those people seem to go crazy. There was a prison here in Philadelphia called Eastern State Penitentiary. The whole thing, it's pretty much what every prison in the United States based their design off of, with one guard tower in the middle and a star stretching out the prison blocks, the cell blocks. It was fully solitary confinement. And a lot of people went crazy. And that's pretty much why it's a tourist attraction now.
Well, I think you could probably have some type of entertainment in there, and then like some kind of natural light, music, perhaps.
These guys had a yard. These guys had their own little like 5x5 yard right outside their cell. I don't think they could go out whenever they wanted, but it was like an hour a day or something. The slot would open and then they could go outside, and there was still wall. You couldn't get out.
No,
at the top of that hole was the light of day.
They shouldn't have shit. And like even in their cell, they should only have like a 20-watt light. Like they should not have shit. The whole point of solitary confinement is a fucking punishment to teach them to straighten the fuck up. So fuck them and their privileges.
Yeah, but if the punishment is proven to not work, then you have to try something different. Because if
I don't know about it not working
over and over.
I don't know about it not working. I mean, you get locked up for a week in the fucking hole, and then see, like, if you want to, go back in there, like, I don't know. I think it does work.
That's different. Like a week in the hole, that's not 10 years in a 5x5 room. You know what I mean?
I know, but some of those guys that are in there for like 10 years or 20 years or whatever, those are like the real fucking violent guys who are attacking guards and biting guards and killing other inmates and shit like that. And in states that don't have the death penalty, so they have like nothing to do with these guys. Like they're guys who should have been put to death in the first place if they're doing that kind of time in solitary confinement. They're not like outstanding citizens that are in there for like tax fraud or some shit. Like, no, like, I mean, that's the state's fault for not having a death penalty then. Because you don't get 20 years in solitary confinement without being a very, very fucking violent person in a state that doesn't have the death penalty, where you're attacking guards and inmates and already in there for murder or some shit. Yeah. Like,
well, I have a different view on prisons. I think that we should just get rid of prisons in the United States and build a prison island. Who cares?
Well, there you go. So like all
just leave them there. I mean, and then they can become their own nation like a few hundred years from now or whatever. I don't know. But just
So you're talking about Australia.
yeah. Look what happened. It turned into a country of law-abiding people with its own problems and its own criminals. But eventually, I don't know. Or just maintain the prison island and just keep people on there forever. Make it the prison island. It's okay. You're not fit for society. This is where you.
Are you talking about Escape from LA or Escape from New York?
Yeah. You'll still have like contact with a lawyer so you can do appeals and stuff like that. But for now, you're on this island because you're not fit for society.
I don't know if any of you guys watch this guy, but there's a guy named Vsauce, and there's a couple different Vsauces, but it's the main Vsauce guy on YouTube, and it's actually free to watch, but it's on the Red Tube or whatever, the paid YouTube, but it's a free show of his that's on the Red Tube, that's on his channel, and it's like about solitary confinement where he volunteers to get locked up in this like tiny little room and shit with like you can't see outside, everything like that, and they monitor him and he has no one to talk to, nothing like that. And I think he spent like 2 or 3 days in there, and they were monitoring things like his social behavior, him talking to himself, like this everything he did, and also like what time he thought it was. So he would constantly guess why he was in there, like what time it was, and how he would totally lose track of time. And like he would wake up at like 3 in the morning and be like, yeah, I think it's like 9 in the morning, and like, you know, and stuff like that. But it's about a 10-minute episode. And then they give him these tests before he went in, and then these tests like after he comes out. And he actually improved in some ways as far as his like social skills when he came out, because he was like so wanting like human communication, and so like he was like longing for that, like in interaction with other humans.
Yeah,
And
there's got to be a breaking point though, where like that it does end up being detrimental. Because I mean, you hear about these guys that like go off and live in the woods for a while, and like they don't fit in society anymore, you know. So,
Well,
I
if
don't know,
you're
like I
talking about the Unabomber, he went out into the woods because he didn't fit into society. It wasn't the other way around.
okay, so that's one example. I wasn't specifically speaking of the Unabomber, but you know, even if when you watch these like Alaska shows and stuff, like some of them people aren't quite right. And maybe I have it reversed. Maybe they long to be out in the woods away from people because they don't fit in with.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite of being in solitary confinement, because you have a lot more space and freedom.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the social thing, like not talking to someone for long periods of time. When you do see someone, you know.
See, yeah, I don't think that it's all about that in solitary confinement. I think it's more about the lack of light and like just the cold, hard, small confinement. Like some people can do well without a lot of other human interaction. I think that, but they can't. Nobody, I don't think, can do well without light.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So give them a window. I'm fine with that. Lock them up in a cell, give them a window, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, what Dead Horse was saying makes a lot of sense. If you don't have access to natural lighting, you don't know what time of day it is. So your circadian rhythms are going to be off. And you're not going to get that REM sleep that your body requires. So, and that's going to start to fuck with you. And they say that people have problems with that who live in society who don't, you know, maybe only get 5 or 6 hours of sleep a night. They have greater rates of or greater susceptibility to dementia and Alzheimer's because of just not getting enough sleep. So that's kind of like a mental disorder, right? So yeah, I think it's all. I honestly believe it's all related to the natural cycles of the earth and being in tune with that. And then, yeah, I can only imagine what it's like being surrounded by concrete in like what 5 by 5. Those things, I mean, they're just big enough so you can lay down and get up and stand up. That's it, about all you get in there. And the airflow must be terrible, and it must stink. And like, I've heard stories about the inside of those places. They're just awful.
Okay, well, what about this? Like, let's say a guy brutally murders your fucking family. Like, would you be? And you live in a non-death penalty state, right? And he's a danger to other inmates, all that kind of shit. Would you be okay with him living in a solitary confinement shithole like that, or would you want him to be like, you know?
No, and I totally agree with you. And I want my cake, and I want to eat it too. And I clearly said earlier, just maybe before you came on, that they should be, you know, in prison or killed, or working or killed. Right? That's my thing. Go get, you know, do some hard labor, or you're going to get executed. Whatever it is, if there's some type of line where you're either eligible for hard labor or you're eligible for execution. But I don't believe people should be languishing away in a dark hole somewhere. It is cruel, and it doesn't serve a purpose. I do believe in the death penalty. I like what Utah has done with the firing squads. I don't know if they've utilized it yet.
You know, I
But
think it's a
those are-
slippery slope. As soon as you start saying like, "Oh, you know, I don't think these people should be in solitary confinement, and I'm worried about their feelings and the harm it might cause for them and stuff," because then you end up like Canada, where a guy cuts another guy's head off on a public bus and only
Yeah.
does 2 years in prison, and then lets him go. You know,
No,
and
see,
releases
he
him
should be
after
executed.
cutting a fucking guy's head off.
He should be executed. So you can just come to me and forget about judge, jury. Just come to me and ask me, does he get executed, or does this guy go to hard labor, and I'll give you the judgment. I'm just an average, ordinary guy. You could have just a panel of average citizens that just take a vote. You don't need huge bureaucracy for this. It could be a voluntary panel. It's like you go in for jury duty. Well, this is just the death or hard labor panel duty. So, but I know this is all real simplistic and all, but no, has Utah executed anyone with the firing squad yet, Dead Horse?
Oh yeah, yep. We did just a couple years ago, and then like we did about, I don't know, 8 years before that. But yeah,
I thought they just implemented that firing squad thing just last year or so.
oh no. Like we've executed several people with the firing
Yeah,
squad.
but not with the firing squad.
Yes, with the firing squad.
Well, now I'm gonna have to look that up because I always gotta double check you.
Yeah, I want to say the first guy we did was like 10 years ago, and then we did a guy a couple years after that, and then I think we just did another one like a year or two ago. So, but like they have the choice, like to do that. Like basically, the criminal has the choice to say which way he wants to go out.
Yeah, see, there should be no choice. No, I mean, if you're going to go through the whole process, jury trial, and why give him a choice if he's convicted of murder? Why should he be alive?
Who gets to kill him?
The firing squad, from what I understand in Utah, is comprised of police officers.
Salt Lake County sheriffs, and there's usually about 10 of them, and you know, and then they all have blanks, and one of them has a real bullet.
Nope. I like my island idea better. They get put in like you know, the part of the island where all you gotta fucking basically survival of the fittest.
I know, but that doesn't seem like it would be that comforting if some guy just like murdered my entire family, and then they were just like, "Yeah, we're gonna go drop them off on this island." And
Well, that's another thing. If if there's still a loved one, they should have the option of doing it themselves. But I don't know. Is that morally okay? It's
I
an
think
eye
it
for
is.
an eye. It's just that's
Yeah.
why it's all highly debated, and there's laws in different states for different.
Well, I think that's justice, right? Because justice is supposed to be about,
I would think so too, but I don't know. That's why I don't
put a link.
understand anarchy. When the anarchists can't ever explain to me crime and punishment, because it's just another utopian fantasy.
All right, I put a link in the external. April 5, 2015, Utah brings back firing squad executions. Witnesses recall the last one. Last month, Utah Governor Gary Herbert signed a bill bringing back the firing squad as a method of execution. The state abandoned firing squads in 2004, but now it has returned as the backup option, shortly because of a shortage of lethal injection drugs, the state's default execution method. Okay, so what you're saying, Dead Horse, is that if they are sentenced to death, then they can say, I want to get injected or shot at.
Yep, that was my understanding, that they get to choose, that the actual
That's-
criminal gets to choose.
That's
they get
fine,
to
but this
choose
whole
the
this whole lethal injection thing is a complete failure, because these drugs have a shelf life, and
They don't work.
they don't always work, and they have to be administered by doctors, and because of the Hippocratic Oath,
Now, wait, now you're
doctors
saying
don't
that
want to kill people.
2004, that thing you're reading says that it was abandoned in 2004, but we just executed a guy here like 4 years ago. His name was Ronnie Lee Gardner, right? And I know for a fact that they fucking shot his ass. So like
I'm
that
not
was
going to
just
look
like
that one up.
4 or
I'm not
5
looking
years ago.
any more up here. You can look it up, and you can drop the link in the external. But what I'm saying is, in California, they have the death penalty, but guess what? They're never executing anyone ever again, because the attorneys got it into the courts that it's cruel and unusual, and no doctor wants to administer it, and they can't get the drugs because no drug manufacturer wants to make poison drugs. So it's a complete failure. Okay. Well, it's really simple what they did in Utah. What have we done in the past? What historically have we used? Hanging is too gruesome. Guillotine, no thanks. Firing squad, yeah, America.
Okay, Ronnie Lee Gardner was shot in 2010 here in Utah by firing squad. He was the first person killed by firing squad in 14 years, and I believe in the 14 years previous, it was also Utah that did it. But that was in 2010. And then I believe that we've done someone else since then, just a couple years ago. I remember hearing about it. So, or maybe they haven't shot him yet, but that's the way they picked. Like that's like they're going to, because I know that takes several years. Because like Ronnie Lee Gardner, he spent 25 years in the like prison system fighting like stuff in court. And
Can you link the external?
yeah. But I'm okay with that. Like a firing squad, it's a lot cheaper than those super expensive drugs. I don't know why those like death drugs have to be like so expensive. I mean, just give them like a syringe full of bleach or something. Like, it's like, who cares about how humane it is? Because were they humane when they killed their victims?
Yeah, but somebody has to be the executioner.
No, you don't. Like, you literally, like they can literally have like a timed machine that like automatically administers that stuff.
Whoever turns that machine on is gonna feel some way. You know what I mean? Whether they like executing people or they don't like it, they're gonna feel they're gonna be the executioner.
I don't know, man. I think there's too many
programming
guys.
the robot that kills the people.
I think there's too many guys that I would like volunteer for that shit. Like, oh, this guy like raped and murdered children. Okay, I'd like.
That's what I mean.
They'd be
And then you're gonna
volunteering.
think about it.
They'd be paid. There's people who would pay to press that fucking button, dude. Like you could put a bid on eBay. Like, you know, all right, the highest bid gets to like press the button for at home from their computer. Like, dude, like there would be people bidding that shit up to $1 million, dude, to do that. So, I mean, I don't think there's some people that would feel no kind of way other than satisfied putting certain people to death like
Well, that's
that.
what I mean. Well, then what kind of people are they?
Good people, because they want justice. They want to rid the earth of fucking scum. I don't know why it's so shamed upon to be like, oh, you know what? These fucking murderous, child raping scumbags.
Yeah, but what if their motive for doing it's not justice?
Huh? Well, I guess that's the chance you take, right? Because that's like saying police officers shouldn't have guns because there's certain cops that are like only become police officers to kill people. Or same with military. There's certain guys who only go into the military so they can shoot somebody. Like I've heard that a bunch, right? And I think that's like bullshit because 99.99999% of the chance that's not going to be the fucking thing. Like that's, but I hear that a lot. Like, oh no, like half the people in the military are only in there because they want to kill somebody. It's bullshit like that. So I don't know.
No, I never thought that.
Well, I've heard that, you know, a lot. Like that's like a common misconception, or that's like a common thought that like cops, especially with like nowadays with all this like whole, you know, cop shootings and all this stuff, like they're like, oh yeah, like all these cops, they only go in to be a cop because not because they want to help people, but just because they want to beat on black men and shoot like unarmed people and stuff like that. It's just bullshit. Like it really is. That's when the state tries to, you know, tell you what you're thinking or what you should think or what you should feel. And I don't believe in that.
Yeah, but should the people that don't hold those cops accountable be held accountable for not holding what they've witnessed a bad cop do?
Oh yeah, like if you're a witness to any kind of like unjust fucking action or crime, like yeah, like and you don't do anything about it, like
I see a lot of cops get persecuted, fired, transferred whenever they make a complaint against their fellow officers.
well, that's the thing too. Like, look at that one Florida like police chick. She pulled over that other like Florida cop who was like doing 120 down the freeway because he was late for his security job, and she arrested him and stuff for like in reckless endangerment and reckless driving and like every charge, right? Because the guy was just being really putting the public in danger, and she got persecuted from like her entire department, all sorts of shit. How could you? We're like a brotherhood. We're like. You know, so that kind of shit does exist, but if without people like her to stand up to that, like who's going to stop it? Like who's going to change that mentality? Like just because you wear a badge doesn't mean you're above the law, right? So and that chick has come out and said that she's gotten death threats from officers, that she's like her family's been threatened, like her family, like her mom gets pulled over constantly and like all sorts of this harassment ever since that, right? Just all because she pulled over some dickhead cop, like, you know, that was putting the public in danger. Like she should be like a hero. Like, oh, look, you were standing up for this. You know what? You should be police chief. Like,
yeah, that's bad. I think there should be, there's corruption in like, probably every police department and
well, there's corruption in everything, dude. There's corruption at fucking McDonald's. There's corruption at the school. There's corruption at the library. It doesn't matter where you go. There's some level and some form of fucking corruption, probably. I mean, you know, and the higher position of power, just look at our government, the corruption that goes on in there, the bribes and the underhanded shady table deals and all that kind of bullshit. Like, and without people to step up and like testify against other people that they catch doing that shit, I mean, we'll just turn into like fucking, you know, like Mexico. Like that's like their whole government down there is all shady and corrupted. And I heard that pretty much like every police chief is like bought and paid for in fucking Mexico, right? So
yeah. Just to set the record straight on this execution thing, I went down and actually read the article I linked, and it said he was put to death after the state abandoned the firing squad in 2004. But because he had been sentenced before that decision, he was able to opt into the older execution method. It's just funny.
Oh, okay.
How, like, 6 years pass He gets executed.
You got
And then
grandfathered in.
5 years pass after that, and then it's execution is legal again. Just funny how the
And
system.
I also think they use like a 30-06.
They
Like
do seem to have changed it a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Because when he got shot, it was 5 officers, and
I thought it was 10. I always heard it was 10.
well, the Wikipedia said it was 5 officers when this last guy got shot in 2010. But I don't know what they're using now.
I also
5.
have a problem with light sentences for police.
Like there was a thing just literally a year or two here on the news. Like this guy like killed an entire family basically, and he got sentenced and sentenced to death, and he chose the firing squad, and it was all over the news. Like the first guy since Ronnie Lee Gardner that's going to be like, put to death by firing squad. And I haven't heard that's happened yet, so it probably hasn't happened yet because I'm sure that takes a couple years, right? Or they have to wait for appeals or bullshit like that. So, but there is a guy like who's going to be executed, sometime here in the future again by firing squad because that's what he chose. Like that's.
So here it is. Under the new law, firing squad isn't available at the prisoner's request. Instead, it depends on the availability of lethal injection drugs.
Oh, okay.
The state doesn't currently have any of the drugs on hand.
Well, I think all the liberals own those like drug companies, right? And then I think that I heard somewhere, like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I think I heard somewhere like they're purposely not making those drugs, so they can't put people to death, like, because they don't believe in like executions. They don't believe in the death penalty. So I heard somewhere that like those companies are purposely like not making those drugs available. It's not that they can't make them, or that it's just that they're purposely not.
Well, and it also brings bad publicity to that company, right? Because they have to release the information of who made this drug and what it's called, and those companies don't want, if they're on one hand supplying execution drugs and the other hand creating cancer treatments, it's going to be a conflict of interest in their bottom line. And they probably don't even want to deal with the government who try and buy these drugs like onesie twosies when they need to execute someone. And they make their money by producing volume. So, this bureaucracy wants to buy 1 dose of this drug every 5 years. I mean, give me a break.
Wasn't there a TV show called like Making a Murderer? And this guy got accused of like murdering someone and spent time in prison and all this stuff, and everyone thought he did it, but he really didn't do it. But because of all that persecution, like it basically forced him to actually go out and like kill someone else or something. Wasn't that show?
Yeah, but that was like a one-sided. Wasn't a real documentary. It was like paid for by big whatever that guy is.
Like I only watched like the very first episode, and then I just kind of heard from other people what it was about because I just wasn't into it. But
yeah, I think he did it. He did it all, and then he had like other people do some shit, and he threw a cat in a fire. He did a bunch of bad shit. He beat up an old lady on the side of the road, I think.
I remember after like the whole Jeffrey Dahmer shit happened, about like some documentaries came out about that guy and how it was saying like his parents knew what like a sick fuck he was and never did anything about it. Like they caught him like mutilating animals and all sorts of shit. Like at the time when he was just a child, like all the way up through his teenage years and all sorts of this shit. And his parents like knew all about it, never reported anything, like never even tried to get the guy help, like nothing. Like should they be held responsible? Should parents be held responsible for like, like what they bring into this world?
No. Not unless they've seen him or knew that he killed somebody. then that would be just harboring whatever murderer or whatever the charge is.
Because I don't know, man. If I caught my kid doing some shit like that to animals and all the shit I saw in that one of those documentaries, like, oh my god, dude, there would be hell to pay, dude. I just don't know how, like, you could just like let anyone get away with that shit, especially your own kid like that. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. I guess I'm not some kind of crazy fucking nut, but I can't make sense of that kind of shit. Didn't Jeffrey Dahmer get like killed in prison? Didn't he get shanked in prison?
I don't know.
I think that's how he died. I don't even think they executed him. I think someone killed him.
Someone killed him with a broomstick in his ass. Seriously. That's how he died.
And I've heard that about prison. Like if you go there for like a child rapist, like they get treated like really fucking bad by the other inmates and shit like that. That they like that there's like a kind of prison justice thing going on. Like, you know,
because they don't want to get serial killed by him, so they got to take him out.
I always heard that like wife beaters and like anything to do with kids, like because there's guys in there that wish they could be with their wives or their families or their kids and shit. So they take like major offense to those kinds of people. Like if you go in there for killing a woman or something, like you get like majorly fucked with.
I heard that it had to do with child molesters not, getting beat up by other prisoners because a lot of those other prisoners had rough childhoods and were abused themselves. And so that's all I heard about child molesters.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I'd buy that.
No, they definitely get what they deserve.
Well, not always. I think it depends on the state, man, because some of them get like fucking TVs in their cells and they're like,
well, yeah, true. I'm saying
3 spots in a cot, commissary, and like conjugal visits and like all sorts of shit. It's just like, no, man. Let the punishment fit the crime, kind of thing. That's what I've always heard. Like, so
you have to have somebody molest them.
Or this, like, I don't know, man. I believe in justice. I don't believe in being like maybe like a nice guy to certain people, right? So I don't think that. I think once you commit such a serious crime, there comes a point to where, like on the crime scale, like once you pass a certain level, like you shouldn't be considered a human being with like human rights anymore. You should be considered like a fucking just like an animal, like not even an animal, like just. Because animals should get treated better than that, but like just you should be treated like, I don't know, like what do they do when a bear attacks someone out in the fucking forest, right? For someone coming into the bear's territory, right? And a bear attacks someone, what do? They go hunt that fucker down and kill it, right? Or same with a shark, or something, like, you know.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's a great analogy. Once a wild animal gets a taste of human flesh, they have to kill it because it's gone past a line. And I totally agree with you. I think a lot of people probably think the same way we do. And we just hopefully someday in our lifetime we'll see it followed up more frequently and with more vigor. But I also have an empathetic side on the other end of the spectrum where people are on the other side of that line. They should all have an opportunity to reintegrate into society and be given their rights back through maybe a long drawn out process that's beneficial for everyone. Like I said, through a work program. But if somebody is walking around on the street as an ex-felon and he's not allowed to own a gun, but he is allowed to drive a car and own a knife, then how am I any safer? With him not having his full rights and having his full opportunities restored. If he can carry a knife and I have to walk by him on the street, he can kill me just as easily, probably more effectively and without as much notice with a knife and steal my wallet than he
Yeah,
can with a gun.
And there's certain cases, right, where maybe the proof isn't 100% like evident, where they don't have them on video, they don't have 100 witnesses, right? Like it's all based on kind of like almost like hearsay or like circumstantial evidence, bullshit like that. Okay, like we don't have like concrete, like we pretty much know the guy did it, but it's not 100% concrete proof. So we'll just lock the guy up. But then there's other cases like, oh no, there's 20 witnesses, like we have it on video, like this guy like, you know, killed all these people. Like, no, like let's just fuck everything, fuck the, you know, court system, fuck the, you know what, just a bullet, boom, be done with it. Save taxpayers thousands of dollars. It's an open and shut case. It's like Judge Dredd, right? Like, you know, like, oh, you've been like judged right now, like you've been found guilty, like goodbye, like.
Well, yeah, and I don't mean to say like it's a open and dry, cut and dried case all the time, but I do also believe that our court system is just way too bureaucratic. The lawyers have sunk their teeth and claws into the system way too deep, and this whole system of appeals ad nauseum is serving no one any good. And so, like, for an example, the one that I sort of been following is the Aaron Hernandez trial in Massachusetts. He was convicted for murder there, and then he was going to go to trial for a murder in Florida. Well, he's already got a life sentence. Okay, people? He's not getting out of that one. And so why are you going to bother? Well, of course, the victims want their day and all this. But why not just combine those two trials into one? Why not just say, look, here's all the evidence that all the people he's accused of killing and convict him one time and be done with it?
Like, I'm reading a story here right now, Clay. I thought it was one, but it's actually three. There's 3 guys right now on death row in Utah that have chosen the firing squad.
I mean, you're getting
3 out of 8. There's 8 guys on death row right now in Utah, and
if
3
they're doing it like they did before 2014, which I haven't confirmed, but you're getting at least 4 bullets, 4 30 caliber rifle bullets into your heart. It takes a couple minutes for you to bleed out, and your heart probably isn't going to pump for much longer if they hit it. That's as quick and painless as it gets.
Well, it's from 25 feet away, a 30-06 from 25 feet, right? That's like, man, I mean, that's, and I thought they only did 1 shot. There's 5 officers, but only 1 of them have a loaded gun. The other ones all have blanks.
Well, no, see, what I read in that article that you had linked was that of the 5 officers, 1 gets a wax bullet. So there's 1 person that doesn't kill him, and that is apparently enough to signify that nobody knows who didn't kill him. So I don't understand it. But I don't think you want to just shoot 1 bullet. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. 1 bullet is probably enough for 99.99% of the time, but 4 is better than 1 any day of the week. And you know, it's a little brutal, but again, quick, painless. He's going to feel some shock. You know, another way to do this, if they wanted to do it the least painful and the least cruel, then they would freeze the person to death. They would put him in a very cold freezer with a wind blowing, and he would freeze to death. Well, that would take a little while. So.
Well, how about like if we had a thing on pay-per-view where like if they won so many of these races that they got to like, you know, earn their freedom back? Like I saw that documentary once. Like they had to race these cars with like machine guns on them and stuff. And if they won so,
you know, it's either hard labor or rough entertainment. Either way, got to make some money off these guys.
Let's bring back the chain gangs, right? Like I heard somewhere that like fucking like a ton of like roads in the South, like Georgia and Alabama and stuff, like they were pretty much all built by like convicts, like during like the 50s and stuff. Like that was like a really common thing. Like they were actually building infrastructure and building roads and digging ditches and like like giving back something to the community, right? And then they would actually earn like a wage, like, and it was like, it wasn't like minimum wage, it was like just like pennies on the dollar or something, but they would actually like earn some money back. So when they did eventually get out of prison, they would get like a little check, right? like like, oh, here, like here's some money to kind of like help you start your life back on, instead of just kicking them out with like nothing except clothes on their back, right?
Well, I know for a fact that prison in Eastern Washington, what's the name of that city out there?
Like Spokane?
Spokane, yeah, the federal prison outside of Spokane. The prisoners there made climbing carabiners back in the 80s for a company called Omega, and they sold those carabiners to the public, and they were like some of the best, strongest, least expensive carabiners in the market. And then, apparently it became politically incorrect for companies to be profiting off of prison labor. And somehow the companies decided that they could just make more money if they just managed or owned the prisons. And so that's what they're doing now. I think there are still some work programs.
Believe private prisons, man, because that shit's all for profit to rape our government.
Yeah, it's like a backdoor profiteering scheme.
Yeah, I don't believe in private prisons at all. Like it should not be a thing to make money off of at all. They should be like, prison should be nothing except for about punishment and reform, right? Like that's all it should be. Like to try and teach people, listen, you don't fucking do your dirty shit, whatever you did again. Like, so there should be like things, and I know there is like things where guys can actually get their GED or get college degrees and stuff like that, but I don't think it's like all that much, and I don't know if like all of them do it, but that should be like a thing, like some type of reform along with work, to where, like I said, they get a paycheck when they get out of prison for all the time they worked, so they have some money to help start back up their life again. Because from what I've heard is that a lot of these guys basically get out of prison after 5 years for like Grand Theft Auto or shit like that, like basically a non-violent crime, but they'll go serve like years in prison. When they get out, they have no support. Like the only support they have is a probation officer that doesn't care about them, right? And they don't have family support there because of, they come from troubled childhoods or whatever bullshit like that. And they don't have any money or nothing, so they go right back out to like stealing cars again, because they have to make money somehow, and they can't get a job anywhere because nowhere will hire them because they're a felon or a criminal, like, so it's like this never-ending loop, right? So, so like, unless you like have some money or something and are able to, and I think for non-violent crimes, like when you serve your time, like your shit should like all come back. If you're just convicted on tax evasion or theft or something like that, when you do your time, like all your rights should come back to you, like all of them.
Yeah.
And because like how else can they get jobs, dude? Like there's so many companies that won't hire people because they're a felon, or they're like, oh, like, gee, I got these 2 job applications. One guy's never been in trouble, the other guy's been in trouble. Like, which one am I going to choose to hire? I mean, it's not supposed to be that way, but I think it is,
And so here's another option that kind of goes along with the race car driving thing, or extreme sports option, is the dangerous game, the most dangerous game option, where you can be like Moon wants. You can be released on an island and then given a head start, and then a group of people who have perhaps paid some money into the system get to go on a hunting excursion, and you get a
I-
certain
like-
amount of time.
No, I wouldn't be okay with that. Like, only if it was like the victim's family members. If it was like the victim's family members actually doing it,
Oh,
then I'd
yeah.
be okay. But just random guys paid
Yeah.
to go kill someone. I saw another documentary with Jean-Claude Van Damme about that, and where they were hunting a bunch of vets, like homeless vets, and yeah. So,
No, I'm not talking about that documentary. I'm talking about the book. There was a book written about
Talking about that Ice-T documentary.
No, but like I think you're right, Dead Horse. I don't think just any private citizen should have to,
No.
pay.
No.
I think the victims should be able to do it for free.
oh yeah, like especially if it's an open and shut case, like it's beyond a reasonable doubt, like whatsoever, that this guy did the fucking crime, right? Like if there's even just a tiny little bit of doubt at all, okay, like let's say the OJ case, right? Well then no, like that guy should just sit in jail, right? Because there's some doubt there, right? There is no eyewitnesses, no this, no that. But if it's like beyond a fucking reasonable doubt, like we know 110% for sure this guy fucking did it, then yeah, the victim should have the first choice. Like, yeah, I either want to kill him myself or I want him. Like, the victim should be able to choose the punishment. Really, no, you know what? I would rather have the guy sit in jail for the rest of his life. Or you know what? I want to shoot the guy, or I want the guy to be electrocuted. Like the victim should have the fucking choice, man. Like the victim's family, like they should have the choice. Like in the end, not the court system. You know, the victim should be able to choose. You know what? You took my son from me. You killed my fucking son. Guess what? You're going to. This is your punishment. They should be able to decide.
That's a really good idea. You don't even need a judge or jury or a court system.
Well, you need the judge and jury to prove that basically to go
Right.
through the process. Like, okay,
but not to sentence. You don't need them to sentence anymore.
not the sentence.
The victims get a chance to sentence. Now, there may have to
The
be
judge
some
can give
process.
guidelines, like, okay, the crime
Yeah.
is like this severe, so you basically get to choose between like
Yeah.
this options, right? Because we don't want
Right.
people like killing other people
No.
because they just beat
No,
up.
but I think once it becomes like a death penalty thing, then you pretty much, as long as it's not torture, you can pretty much, as long as it's like the person dies within 5 minutes, you can pretty much do whatever you want. So, and I think this island thing is coming along nicely. Like there are islands, many islands off the coast of Alaska that we could easily purchase and start our prison profiteering scheme here. And what we could do is we could set up like half the island for the prisoners, and then the other half would be for that the execution hunting event. And so it would be really simple just to like have a fence or a wall, and then you just you release one of these prisoners, whoever his turn is for execution, just release them into the open part of the island, and then you can just like helicopter in the victim's family, and then they can go out and execute them however they want. Then they're going to have to endure harsh winters, and we provide some minimal shelter for them, but they'll probably just die off like quickly anyway. So yeah,
I don't know. I think that's maybe too much sympathy. Like that's for them. Like, because where was the sympathy for their victims, right? Like, I mean, I think that's giving even too much. Like, we shouldn't even be going to the island or whatever in the first place. That's just too much money, too much hassle. It literally should be like the father or the family member gets to walk into the fucking room, like, shoot the guy, walk out, like, or beat him with his bare hands, strangle him with, like, whatever they want, dude. Whatever they feel is justice. That's the way it should be. Because I think that's the way it kind of was back in the old days. Like, it was like someone like fucking killed your wife or killed your kids. Like it was, like you kind of like, gathered up your family.
You're talking the real old days.
Not even that long ago, dude. Like, I mean, that was going on like, like Wild West style. Like before there was like, laws and courts and stuff. Someone came and wronged you and like killed your family or some shit. It was kind of like up to you to go after these people because, it was.
Well, I do have some, nostalgia for the Wild West in how if you were convicted, sentenced to death, you would be hung out on Main Street, and it would be a public event on display for everyone to see and learn a lesson from. And I don't think we get enough lessons taught to people in today's day and age. We tend to sugarcoat a lot of things and shelter people from the real ramifications of making big mistakes in life. Like the whole thing about drunk driving, like you should do jail time. You should be put in jail the first time. And you know, you should have a fucking ankle.
Well, because
bracelet.
when you drink and drive, it's like you're basically like closing your eyes and shooting a gun into a crowd of people, right? Like, and you might shoot 10 shots, because like driving 10 blocks, and you might miss all of those 10 shots, right? But it's very possible you could shoot 10 shots and hit 10 different people. I mean, so like that's basically, in my mind, that's kind of like what it is. It's, you know, that's why I don't drink, dude. That's why I've literally walked home from the bar like miles and miles, freezing ass fucking cold and shit, you know, like drunk off my ass, because I'm like, I've always known, dude, just, oh, you don't drink and drive. That's just stupid. I don't want to fucking kill anyone, and I don't want to kill myself. It's not worth it. I'd rather pay $10 for a taxi. I'd rather walk home freezing my ass off. Like,
Yeah.
Smeggy does. I know Smeggy does. I've heard him like fucking like walking home from the bar. You know, so that's just like a smart thing to do. Like, you just don't drink and drive. It's like almost like attempted murder at that point, like, or attempted manslaughter, drinking and driving, because it's, you basically got a fucking lethal weapon that you're pointing at people the entire time.
Yeah, and I'll have to say that's one benefit of Uber and all these other quote-unquote ride-sharing services, is that it's just made it a lot more easy for people to get home from the bars. So if they could just regulate Uber just for like from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., I'd be happy with it. But people are using them every day to get like half a mile away. I don't know. I just see there's way too many of these people driving around, not knowing where they're going. It's trying to get somewhere fast to make a buck. And so otherwise, I'm not really happy with Uber and the other ride-sharing programs. People should get on a bicycle or walk or take public transportation. It's what we've done for the longest time.
Well, I know it was a really common thing, because I've actually done it like before Uber was even thought of. Basically, like if you got drunk, you could wait till the bar closed, and then you could kick down your bartender like $5 or $10, and they would like take you home after the bar closed. Especially in small towns where they didn't have taxis and stuff, like towns I've lived in. You know, like there was no taxi service in the town. So, you know, so like you could literally just like wait till the bar closed and kick down. The bartenders were usually cool enough to be like, oh yeah, like I know you, you're a regular, you know, like $10, $5, whatever. And they would give you a ride home. Like that was like a very common thing, you know? And if you were cool with your bartender and tipped him well, like then like you would do it for free. Like, you know.
Yes.
What's up, Marvin?
I'm here trying to reload some rifle ammo. But I was, you know, life is so funny. There's something called concentricity tool. Basically, just to make sure that your round is concentric. And I was shooting today, and I'm like, why are these factory loads, you know, not as good as when you do it at home? One of the factory bullets concentricity gauge, and oh, it is bad. It's way off. I'm going
Well, I
to
think
all
it's
my
just the way that the factory loads their ammo. It's so fast and so quick with the machines that it flattens sides of the bullets very, very slightly. And that's my understanding why factory loads are out, like not concentric, is because that they're producing them so fast, and that's why the premium rounds are like run through like different machinery that's slower, and that's why they're more consistent. And that's why you pay that extra price for them, not because it's necessarily a different projectile or a different powder or a different case, but there's just more time and careful attention paid to them versus the like this kind of like more like the bulk ammo or regular, type shit.
I mean, it's so bad.
That was my
It's about 10,000 off. It's really bad. I mean, and I believe what you're saying because I mean, I can see where they're in the factory, they're just running as many as they can. I'll tell you how much it is. I won't put it to 0. I just have one here. So I have is 1,000, 2,000, about 3,000 off concentricity. So it goes plus or minus. So it goes 0, 3,000s come back, 3,000s when you spin it. That's a lot.
So
That's why a lot of guys who shoot like 22 long rifle, we have these bullet swagers, and like we literally like push them over our over our 22 long rifles to make sure that every single one's consistent. Do you use one of those for your 22 long rifles?
No, it's Creedmoor 6.5. So it's if you Google it, it's Hornaby's concentricity tool. It's very simple. Hold on, let me see what I.
So does this have to do with the relation of the tip to the circumference at the base?
For any cylindrical or like spherical object, I think it measures the entire length from the very tip to the base, being concentric along that cylinder shape. If that makes sense. So like it's got so if you take like basically a center line that's like basically microscopic thin right through the center of that projectile, through the perfect center, and then measure out from that center line to the whole 360-degree radius at every single degree, it should be the exact same. It should be the exact same diameter, right? Like it should.
Right.
All the way to that center line.
You're talking about like the axis of the bullet. So from tip to base, does it matter? Like if the tip is out 3,000ths on one side.
Correct. It's like a wobble. Right. The best way to explain it is like a round out, a wobble. So the round is wobbling. What you want the round to do is be true. So when you're spinning that round on any axis, you can just say a horizontal axis. So you put the bullet horizontally and you start to spin it clockwise or anti-clockwise. It should spin true. So what basically centricity means, it just basically, as Deadhorse said, what we're trying to do is, so when it's going out the rifle, it's truly going straight, not wobbling. It didn't start off wobbling. So all you're trying to just remove the wobble. That's how the best way I try to explain it to people. Just when you see wobbling.
Right, and I can imagine that a tool you can just throw on there and twist around might correct any inconsistencies at the tip or anywhere between the start of the curve to the tip. But I'm thinking at the base, if there's any irregularities, those are going to get kind of trued out as it goes through the rifling.
Correct, but you don't have that much in the base, so You know, brass is the brass, so the brass is just the guide, but the
Right,
bullet
right.
doesn't sit that far inside of the brass itself. So very low inside of the brass. Very high, I mean, whatever.
So, Dead Horse, can you use that Swager tool on Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah. And you can also, I have another one too that does it from 22 long rifle to 224. That'll swage a 22 long rifle bullet into a 224 for shooting out of AR barrels. So like guys who have those kits where they're shooting a 22 long rifle out of their AR, right? And those like training kits and stuff, they which is basically just a different bolt carrier, but there's a kit you can buy, a swaging tool that'll reform your 22 long rifle bullet into a 224 diameter. So you get better accuracy shooting them through a 5.56 barrel or 223 round barrel than you would if you don't do that. Because I don't know if you've ever shot a 22 long rifle through a 5.56 barrel. They're not like all that accurate. You're talking like 3 or 4 inch groups at 50 yards. But
Yeah, I wasn't aware of any of that.
yeah, but if you swage a 22 long rifle bullet to 224 diameter and then shoot the same bullets out of the same barrel out of your AR, like a 5.56 barrel, your groups all of a sudden go from 3 to 4 inches to like 1 to 2 inches at 50 yards. So it makes a dramatic difference. But it's really time consuming. So a lot of guys, like, they're just really into the whole kind of training aspect of it or the
Right.
plinking aspect, so they don't care to do that. But if you want better accuracy, like it's pretty easy to do. And it's like, and since it's such soft lead, and even the jacketed bullets, well, most 22 long rifles, even though aren't even jacketed, it's like a copper wash, right?
Yeah.
But even the jacketed bullets, it does it because the jacket's so like it's thinner than paper. It's so thin that it's really easy to do.
Well, that's kind of cool. Like, so, you can do that while the bullet is in the brass case. I imagine the way that the 22 kind of sits flush with the
Yep.
case. And so are you, now, excuse my ignorance, but are you making the bullet a smaller or larger diameter when you swage it to go through 5.56?
A larger diameter.
Okay, so you're kind of squashing it down.
Yeah,
Huh.
because I don't know off the top of my head, but like a 22 bullet, I want to say is like 225 or something like that, right? Or like 22, like or not 225. It's like 22. It's like 22. I don't know. It's like, yeah, maybe it's like 225, something like that. If I want to say, I can't remember. I'll have to go look. I haven't done it in a long time. I'll have to pull out my mic and actually measure them, but I want to say it was like 225 diameter or something. Is what a 22 long rifle was, if I remember right. I don't know. I've only done it a couple times. I bought it thinking I would like really use it, but then it's just kind of too time consuming. But you can buy those swagers for like, I don't know. I think it was like $28 or something. And it's just supposed to, you know, it makes it shooting more accurate out of a 22 long rifle, but it's, I don't know. It's so time consuming that I don't know. And it doesn't, and it's not like you're going to be that accurate out of a 22 long rifle anyway, like out of an AR. So.
Is that a swaging die?
Well, they have, I think they have some for like an actual press that you can use like in an actual press, but the one I have is like a tabletop version where you literally just set it on top of the round and then smack it with a hammer. Or like a rubber mallet, you know, you just give it a tap. And then they have another
a
one
lot of bench shooters do
where
that.
you twist it, where you put a round in and then you like, it has threads on it and it's 2 pieces and you actually just twist it. And so I'm sure that there's probably even more different ways of doing it. But the one I have is literally you just set it on top of a round on a flat surface and then just smack it with a rubber mallet. That's all you do. And you don't got to smack it very hard. When I say smack it, it's not like you're pounding in a nail or something. It's just like pretty much a very light tap.
Well, it seems like everything I'm pulling up when I Google this is what Foose has talked about doing, taking 22 long rifle brass and making 224 brass jacketed bullet from it.
Yeah, I've never done that. I've heard Foose talk about that too, and that sounds like something that'd be really cool to try, but I've never done anything like that. That's like, man, I imagine that's like really time consuming.
That's everything I'm pulling up. When I type in 22 swaging dies, so maybe if I just type in 22 swaging tool.
Are you typing in long rifle after it?
Probably should do that.
I've never done 22, but for any rifle that you do, it's the best thing. It makes a world of a difference when you shoot. When you make your own bullets. I mean, it just makes a difference. You can go from one MOA to half MOA, just making sure that it's concentric. You know?
If you go to it's called Rimfire Central, Clay. I'm pretty sure they sell that tool, one of those tools on Rimfire Central, because that's where I first heard about it, and that's where I first bought mine.
Oh, this is some kind of online community.
Can you see the internal, Clay?
No.
Oh, here, can you see the external?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a link to one of them.
I think Garand was asking about it as well.
That's the link to the one that this one just does it for 22 long rifle chambers to make it more accurate for like bulk ammo. And then here's a link to the one that resizes it to 224 diameter. Oh no, that one's a modified one. Or yeah, like I'll post this one. This is like one that you can make yourself. And then
So if you want to shoot 22 long rifle out of your AR, all you have to do is get a different bolt carrier group. Why do I think that the chamber isn't going to support?
well, because the bulk carrier group actually goes into the chamber now.
Wow.
And it sits inside that chamber, and so it becomes like the new chamber. And then that doesn't actually cycle back. So the bulk carrier group's like several different pieces. So then it's kind of split in the middle, and that becomes the new basically blowback, right? Because you're no longer using the gas system. It's not direct impingement. It's just still a straight blowback type action after that point. So if you just type in like a CMMG, like 22 long rifle, like AR conversion, like
Right.
you'll see
No,
the picture of
I
the
understand what you're saying. There's some thing that goes into the chamber. I'm never going to shoot 22 long rifle out of my ARs, so I just had a pure curiosity.
It leads the barrels, and unless you really scrub that shit out, now you're like basically affecting any 5.56 or 2.23, you shoot out of from that point on because it leads the barrels so heavily. So like I tried it, like I kind of bought into the gimmick, and then that's after that I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to just buy dedicated 22 long rifle ARs.
An M&P 22 and be done with
Yeah.
it.
Well, because all those those bulk carrier group conversions are like $200 for the 22 long rifle, and I made a dedicated 22 long rifle one for like $220 or something crazy like that, an entire rifle. And then I also bought an M&P for like $350. So really, for not much more, you can like literally either build one or make a dedicated one.
I've got a Ruger 1022 that works fine when I want to shoot that round. So
You can buy the entire Chiappa upper, like 22 long rifle upper, that will just bolt on any AR lower for like $130, $139 on sale. Like normal price is like $200, but that's an entire upper for 22 long rifle, and I think that's a much better option than to try and do the conversion, because because the conversion's just not going to be accurate. It's not going to be necessarily all that reliable. It's I don't know. I think it's kind of gimmicky, but I bought into it, and then I kind of learned for myself, like, oh, this is just kind of gimmicky.
Looks like Big Gunner wants us to watch his videos.
I watch all of his videos. That his Illinois rifle video, though, he needs to put a Cub sticker on that thing. Even though his like wife already has like an entire Cubs rifle. I don't know if you've ever seen his wife's like Chicago Cubs rifle, but she has like an entire AR like that's decked out.
Yeah, I saw that rifle when she did the push button safety conversion. What do you think about that safety?
I have one, and I think it's great if you're a left-hander, or if maybe you shoot some kind of competition. But like and that it really matters. Like you know, like speed is like really like crucial, right? Then I would say yeah, it's probably good. But for me, honestly, it's backwards. For a right-handed shooter, it's jackass backwards for what a crossbolt safety should be, and I just don't like it. Like for that fact alone. Not that it doesn't work, not that it's high quality, nothing like that, because like it does, it's nice, it's smooth.
So you pressed the button with your trigger finger in to fire?
No, like most crossbolt safeties are like okay, you take like a Remington 7 a Remington 870 or something, okay? If you push that and you're right-handed, you're holding it in your right hand. If you push that safety in with your like index finger, it's off safe, right? If you kind of roll your wrist around and push it with your thumb, it's back on safety, right?
Okay.
It's exact opposite of that.
So why wouldn't they do it just the way that we both described, that we know from every crossbolt safety that's on every rifle and shotgun? I think it has to
deal with the right side of that AR receiver with where the detent sits. That if they were to do it the other way, I think that it would make it too long and it would end up sticking out the rifle like too far. That's what I concluded is why they haven't made it the right way yet. But when I asked them about that, they said that they were looking into making like an alternate version that might suit right-handed shooters better. So, because I straight up told them like man, this seems like it's like great for a left-handed person, but for a right-handed person, it's just like backwards compared to everything I'm used to. And they were like,
it's funny because if you think of it as a true crossbolt safety, then yeah, that would seem backwards. But if you think about it as just an alternate thumb safety for an AR, then at least you're still disengaging it with your thumb, like you would with the sweep down on the rotating lever. Does that make sense? Instead of just sweeping down, you're just going to sweep across.
Yeah, with your thumb. And see, that makes sense to me because that's why I say like for like competition guys using that, it'd probably be like they'd probably love that, right? And because it's just super fast and it's like they don't have to worry about kind of flicking their thumb. It's just a very simple press, right? And for a left-handed shooter, like it's awesome. Like, you know, it's like perfect for a left-handed shooter. But for me, it just feels funky to me. I don't know. I can't get over it. I'm sure if I shot like 3-gun or something, like I'd probably have a different opinion of it, but it just feels funky to me. Like just because it's just backwards from what I'm used to for a push button crossbolt safety. So it just, and I've shot way too many guns for way too many years with crossbolt safety. So it's just, I'm probably just kind of brainwashed into, oh, it has to be this way. But like I said, it works great. It's high quality. It's, you know, it's crisp. It's, you know, it's what's the word they like to use on it has like you can actually hear it, you know, it has a nice little click, you know, it's audible. It's you know, like it's a nice safety. It is. It just feels awkward to me when I'm shooting like right-handed. It just feels backwards. I'm just
the only reason that I'm not interested in it is because I just like to have the safety with my thumb and the trigger with my forefinger. I just like to have that separation of duty. Like the fact that I have to reach down to engage the safety and take, you know, my hand off of the firing grip is fine with me because my finger doesn't need to be anywhere near the trigger when I do that. It's kind of just a reaction of, okay, I'm done firing. I can reach around, switch it off, and then, you know, and it's always, I know that I only have to go to one place to deal with the safety. And so for me, I like the thumb safety. I like the fact that it goes 90 degrees. I like the fact that I got to work at it a little bit. You know, it's a conscious effort that's on the complete opposite side of where the bang switch is.
I'm sure that if I like used it, like I said, if I shot 3-gun or something and I was actually using it daily and training with it and all that, like my opinion, I'd probably get used to it, and my opinion of it would probably totally change. But just from what I, you know, like I said, I have one. I have the chromed version one, and it's just, it feels awkward. It just feels unnatural, you know. But that would probably change just like anything else with practice and training and all that kind of stuff, you know. And I can totally see how like 3-gun guys would like love it. I can totally see that, you know. But or a left-handed shooter probably love that safety. You know, then they don't have to worry about any kind of long ambi safeties, like and adding bulkiness and parts sticking out on their ARs and shit like that. Like a left-handed guy, I think would like just love that safety, especially if they liked crossbolt type safeties and were used to that. Because on a lot of rifles with crossbolt safeties, they're reversible.
Yo, does the 320 have a roll pin on the top of it? On top of the side?
A P320? I have no idea. I don't own one.
I don't think it does. I was just trying to put another con on the 320.
I have no idea, man. I don't know anything about that gun. Other than Flippy says it has a horrible trigger, but everyone else I've like heard talk about it say that it has like a really good trigger. So
From what people say it is, it sounds like a car trigger, like a smooth take up and then break in the rear or whatever.
I don't know. But me personally, I don't think I've ever felt like a striker fired gun that has like what I would consider to be a good trigger. Because I'm used to like single action triggers.
You ever shoot a PPQ?
No, but I heard that thing like has probably like the best striker fire trigger.
Yeah. It's Basically a single action.
Like I'm like spoiled. I'm used to like shooting like single action revolvers, you know, and like just so like you know like when I shoot like a good single action revolver, like and then I always like I shouldn't, but I always compare triggers to that, and it's just like oh like this trigger's garbage. Because like if there's any take up at all, if there's like any break from like a nice bolt action or single action revolver, like I can't stand them. So then when I shoot any kind of striker fired gun and it has this like long take up or any kind of shit like that, it's like, oh fuck, what the fuck is this garbage?
I'm going to try and get some work done. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
I was muted the whole time. They're saying that Alex Jones had a live show saying the government was falling. And then Clay said he had to go work on something. And I said, how can you go work on something when the government is falling? But I was muted the whole time.
So what, there's been like a coup d'etat?
I have no idea. I didn't watch it.
Okay, so since last night at midnight, like we've gotten like 6,000 more SIGs on the Hughes. So we
How
need
many more?
6,000 more since last night at midnight.
What the shit?
So we still need 23,000. And we only have until tomorrow at midnight, I think. To
Dude, so they got to put out someone's got to put out another video, dude.
yeah,
It's
like
that simple. It's that simple. Put up
dude, I'm texting Nut and Fancy right now, dude.
fuck nothing fancy. Military Arms Channel or just Military Arms Channel. He got like 60,000 signatures in one day on the fucking other one.
Imagine if they all like put out a video today, like Military Arms Channel, like Such, Nut and Fancy. Like imagine if like all those guys just put out a video today, like literally like a 2-minute video saying, hey man, if you watch my channel, go sign this shit, be an American. And like, you know, like we would like, yeah, we'd blow past 100,000.
Gotta check my email.
Like I had a comment because I reposted a thing last night about the Hughes, and I had a comment from some guy on it. He says like, I don't get it. Like, he's like, I signed it, but why do we need select fire? Like, I was like, he's like, I signed a couple weeks ago. Some people think we should have select fire. What the fuck? Well, yeah, like I mean that's. Some people think we should have select fire. What the fuck? Like,
Yeah, I was listening to that Are You Ready For It live podcast she did yesterday. I just skimmed through it a little bit and listened to like 10 minutes of it. And she didn't know how she felt about full auto. And the guy, I don't know who the guy was. Maybe it was her husband. But the other dude was like, he thought that they should keep full auto on the NFA, but take everything else off. And I left a comment and I asked him something, but I forgot.
Well, I don't get like why someone's asking, like telling me like I signed it a couple weeks ago, but like he can't understand why some people think we need select fire. Like I don't know. Like I'm glad he signed it, like, even though he doesn't understand why we'd want that. But like my answer, I'm going to reply to him here in a minute. But my answer is basically going to be because our forefathers thought the citizens should be just as well armed as any military in the world. So that's going to be my answer.
Immediately released Donald Trump's text tax returns is up to like $1 million. Over $1 million.
Yeah, but there's no law saying he has to. Like, so, like, I mean, there never has been for any president. I mean, fuck, Obama didn't even have to release his birth certificate. So if Obama doesn't release his birth certificate,
They don't have to do anything. They just
yeah.
Can address it any way they want, but they'll address it.
What do you think is the best appropriate answer when someone asks, like why do people think that, you know, they should have select fire? Like, what's the best answer for that? Because freedom, America.
I just say what crime says the law against it stopped.
Yeah. Hashtag, do you know what you're looking at?
How many crimes used NFA items or illegal modified full auto since 1934?
What is select fire?
Count them on your hands. You can count them on your hands.
Remember that bank robbery in California where those guys were all in body armor and all that shit?
Yeah, they modified those.
Okay, I can't remember if those were like actual full autos or what.
Okay.
Who sells complete uppers without the forward assist? Anybody?
Well, like a lot of the higher end manufacturers do. Definitely like a billet upper. Or do you care if it's billet or forged? Like Anderson sells a complete upper that's forged without a forward assist. And for billets, like I think Santan Tactical, like Gibbs, and a ton of different billet companies. Like I think F1 Firearms. There's a ton of billets out there without the forward assist. Like how much are you like? What kind of upper are you looking for? Like cheap, expensive?
I don't know.
I think even Palmetto State Armory has an upper without the forward assist or dust cover. Like, do you care about the dust cover too, or just the forward assist?
Just the forward assist.
Because I know a lot of precision shooting guys don't like the forward assist for like sapper type rifles and stuff. And there's like there's a ton of companies that make billets out there without the forward assist.
I was looking for the one with the it's got like a PMAG pattern on it, or like a ribs. I can never.
I think V7 has like an ultralight upper that has a pattern like that. And I think Battle Arms Development has a patterned upper like that. That has like, you know, like those reinforcing type ribs on it. And there's a couple other companies that have uppers like that kind of have like ribs on it.
Are any of those complete uppers?
Well, I know you can buy them complete. And I know you can buy them stripped. But usually when you do those and you buy them complete, they're going to be spendy. Like, you know, they're going to be $600-700.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have a nice rail or, you know, a so-called better barrel. I think AIM Surplus had a sale on a stripped upper without a forward assist on there. Like I think it was just like an Anderson. And I think they were like $35 or something.
Going to Arrow Precision. Okay. That's not completed.
I'm pretty sure PSA, man, has a slick slide complete upper. I'm almost positive they do.
This Voltor one looks cool.
Oh yeah, but that's going to be fucking probably uber expensive. I bet you just those Voltor stripped uppers are like $200. Just the stripped upper. So
This
a
one's
complete upper.
170.
Yeah, so just a complete upper is probably like $600-700.
So it looks pretty weird.
Okay, send me the link. Or maybe text it to me. I like that those like Voltor ones that have the forward assist moved and it's like moved closer. Like the forward assist is like part of the shell deflector, and it's like moved up and forward, so it's not kind of like sticking out the back of the rifle. Like I think those ones with the forward assist look pretty cool. I think CMMG actually makes one too that doesn't have a forward assist.
Look out for. There's a link to it in the DMs and your DMs on Instagram. So have to copy and paste it.
Instagram. Go. Copy text. Paste. Yeah, that Voltor one, that doesn't, I don't know, that kind of looks kind of funky to me, almost. Because it, I don't know, probably with a different dust cover, it probably wouldn't look so bad.
Does it look like there's a panel on where the forward assist should be?
Like, yeah, like it's like milled out right there. Like,
weird.
It looks kind of funky. And that ad's over 30 days old, so I doubt it's that price anymore. Like usually, like I said, usually they're about $200 for any Voltor I've seen, if not more.
Who?
North Tech has some pretty nice looking billet uppers without a forward assist.
What's with that Nazi bird on the side?
Nortec has a couple different styles of that actually. Rainier Arms seems to have a bunch of
Oh,
different
yeah.
style.
Rainier Arms is where I go for all my mega arms. And what else? All the crazy shit's on this website.
Spike's Tactical has a forged upper without a forward assist. Rainier Arms pretty much has one that's identical to the Spike's Tactical, a forged upper without a forward assist.
Let's look at their complete uppers. They're going to be crazy prices. Rainier Arms has crazy prices. Like this one, 1,600. What's a Noveski?
Spike's Tactical has a stripped billet upper without a forward assist too. They got one of each. Vertex Ops has a forward as like a ultralight upper without a forward assist. Anderson. And with it being President's Day, sell
I should get an A-rack.
Primary Arms, man. And that's what I'm going to go look, because I bet you they have some shit on sale this weekend. Let's see what they got on sale.
I think I found it. Fuck that. I got 223 Wild Chambers.
Aero Precision Sport Slick Slide Upper, $95 at Primary Arms. Spike's Tactical Slick Slide Upper, $120 at Primary Arms. Trying to see if they have any complete.
Check that one out. I ain't gonna buy it. But what is that weird break in the rail on the top?
Oh, probably to adjust your gas block.
Okay.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, you probably stick a little wrench in there to adjust your gas block.
Looks carbine like too, huh?
Well, let's see. Oh, that's a 14.5, so yeah.
Yeah,
Adjustable gas block, yeah.
Way too much. I like that break though. I got one of them pinned on one of my 14.5s. It's like a combo break flash item. Or comp flash item, whatever. I have another one with prongs, but I guess they didn't have any when I ordered mine. But I like that upper that was on that $1,200 one.
Have you checked on tax swap on ID? Oh, here's one on sell. Let's see how much this one is. Odin works. Bill it up a receiver. Add to cart to see price. Let's see.
What is this shit?
Add to cart. Let's see how much. 151 bucks. Damn. But that one looks pretty cool, dude. Like, here, check this one out.
What the hell's that's the rail. Yeah, let me look at this one.
Then I'm not seeing any like complete ones that are anything like sort of reasonable.
Even this one that I guess this is missing stuff that the other ones came from.
Oh, I found that Voltor one for 161 that you were looking at.
Those uppers without the bolt carrier group and charging handle are only $6.99. It's like $500 off or $600 off. For what the fuck kind of bolt carrier was in there? Oh, and I guess there's no adjustable gas block. And it's mid-length. It's almost better. It's got a weird BCM type rail, but you want a link?
Yeah.
Drop a link. Here.
Here's a better pic of that Voltar one that you posted earlier. It's on sale for 161 on primary.
Odin works.
Oh, that's a bootleg.
The only difference I see is that it doesn't have it's a mid-length, 14.5, and it does. But you see that rail? You see how it looks like a BCM thing on the top of it?
It is a BCM rail. BCM KMR mounting system. So that's like got to be like
their new shit,
or something that they make just for them. You know?
Yeah.
They're contracted out to make it for them. Like, we basically want your shit, but you got to just slightly change it so it's our shit, you know? Like,
Yeah, because that's way more like futuristic looking than their normal KMR rails.
and if you look at the very front of it, it's Keymod and Picatinny in the very front, if you look.
Yeah. On the Picatinny on the bottom there.
And on the side, too. It's Keymod and Picatinny, like, in one. Like, even those actual Picatinny slots are still Keymod. Like, so you can still use
Yeah,
Keymod.
I see that.
Yeah. You can still use Keymod or Picatinny on the front.
Yeah. They were like, you have to be futuristic. That's pretty
I
cool.
like that option, dude. I like that option because if you want something
light right on there.
Yeah.
Fuck with any attachment.
I think that's badass, dude. Like, oh, like what we're just gonna do Keymod and Picatinny all in one.
$6.99. I don't know though.
That's a lot, man.
See what
When
this
you
is made of.
you can literally like build yourself one with like some really nice parts, barrel, like and bolt carrier group, like everything for that price, like, and then really pick and choose like what you wanted.
Just say shit about the barrel. Oh. No. Just that it's 223 wild and it's 1 and 8 twist.
Why do you not want a Ford Assist for just like you just want that look, that slim
I
look?
just want a minimal amount of bullshit. Two-tone FDE and black rifle. That's all. But I want it to look cool. So when I like to look at it. Whoa. Freedom Dissipator. Blem 199. Stainless barrel. I do like that. Up me.
I almost want one of those, like, what are they called, Dolos, like barrel systems, where you like it's a quick change barrel.
Yeah, as long as it holds 0, I guess, after switching back.
Yeah, that would be my concern too, and I haven't really seen any kind of accuracy tests put out of those.
I
Like,
think I asked them on Instagram, and they were like, or I asked Mac. I think he was showing one on his Instagram. And he said it held 0. But the ACR was the one where you take the 5.56 barrel out and put it back in, and your zero's off. Got to re-zero your red dot and your irons. I don't even know why the fuck you took barrels off of that gun. To switch lengths? I don't know.
well, and calibers to go from 300 black to 5.56, like
Oh.
super fast.
I didn't know the ACR had like a 300 blackout option.
Well, I'm talking about the Dolos. I don't know about the ACR. But and then you can like even switch to a 9mm, but like you gotta like change the.
Whatever happened to that stupid Ruger that was supposed to be like a Ruger takedown AR, but the rail was like monolithic, so it still stayed as long as the rail. You just could take the barrel out. Came out last year. Ruger AR takedown.
I have no idea. Check out that CMT upper, man. Like, I like the looks of that one.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. Okay.
That's one of the best looking ones I've seen.
And I could slap one of those. What's it called? Strike Industries dust covers on there.
Yeah, the UDC.
Yeah.
Those really are like so much nicer than a mil-spec dust cover, man. Because they're completely adjustable, easy on and off whenever you want.
If you lose it or break it, just buy another and pop it in.
Yeah, in like 2 seconds without having to remove a hand guard or any bullshit or barrel nut. Just super easy. The only thing I don't like is I like some of their other styles. It's just I don't like how they say multi-cal on them. So that's why I just buy the capsule looking one, because that doesn't say multi-cal on it. So that's why I like the capsule ones. But
Yeah.
I don't like my shit to
I
say
would
like
get it. The black one, I guess. I want the lower to be FDE. That's it. The controls can be black. The grip black. Stock black, and the upper and rail and barrel black. Sights.
Did you see that post? Were you around when we were talking about that post last night? Like the hardest question known to man?
No.
Oh god, here, I'll post it. Like I want to see what you're gonna answer for this question. It's literally the hardest question known to man. It's like ever been devised. Like screw the meaning of life, screw all those kind of questions. Those are easy. Like answer this one. Right there in the side.
Alright, what is this?
Like it's the hardest question ever devised ever for mankind.
Pick 2 to protect you, the rest will try to kill you. I saw this, but it was only I could pick 1 to protect me.
Yeah, that's.
So who am I picking?
Yeah, like, and remember, like, it doesn't matter like who you like or whatever that you pick, because all the rest are trying to kill you. So it's like, what the fuck?
I'm picking John Wick and Jack Reacher.
Even though like Jason Bourne's like a super soldier.
Yeah.
And James Bond has like gadgets and shit.
That makes my guys the underdogs, and you know that story goes. The only guy I got to worry about on this list is James Bond because he never dies. Or my guys will have to just like lock him up or something. Like Jack Reacher will lock him up, and then Keanu Reeves will be happy because he didn't have to kill him.
Denzel Washington he doesn't even kill anybody with guns in that movie.
I picked John Wick because like he's like out of that whole list, like he's like the one that's really an actual assassin, right? Like so like that's what he actually did for a living was just do nothing but kill people. So I don't want him coming after me because he's a professional like assassin. So like that's why I picked him is to take him off the list of people trying to kill me.
Yeah.
So that's why I picked Wick, and then I picked Reacher, just because out of the not necessarily from like Tom Cruise character, but from the books, like the dude's a total badass. Like,
So we picked the same one.
yep.
Very good.
But still, I don't like the idea of like the super soldier coming after me, the accountant, the guy who can like just shoot you from a mile away with a 50 BMG, and then the Equalizer, like not necessarily like Denzel's Washington character because they don't go into it that much in his movie, but like from the old TV show, The Equalizer, that guy was like a super secret agent spy, fucking like, you know, he had like a bunch of training and he was kind of like a super soldier himself, like a Bourne or something. He was like the original Bourne. So before like they got enhanced, he was just like from training and being smart, like. So I don't know, man. Either way, like if it was more like 3-on-3, then I'd probably pick the bottom three: Denzel, Wick, and or the Equalizer, Wick, and Reacher. Like 3-on-3 would be like better. But when I read through the comments, it's like most of the people pick like Bourne and Bond. That seemed to be like the two most common ones that kept coming up.
Yeah. Well, they're wrong.
Or at least Bourne. Bourne was like is definitely probably like the most picked one, dude. And I don't know why. Like I understand he's like a super soldier, but I don't see him actually like being an assassin or a bodyguard. Like he
just jams a book in your throat and then throws you through a glass table. So it's not all that tough. I mean, it'll be a good fight, him and John Wick, but in the end, John Wick's gonna put one through his head or something.
Okay, well, we had Batman versus Superman, right? So, like, we need like a Wick versus Reacher or a Bond versus.
They need to do celebrity death matches again, but with characters. You know, MTV wouldn't dare do a celebrity death match nowadays. Oh shit! Like
Clinton versus Trump.
Or maybe they would. They would like brutally murder Trump, like they did in the old days.
They've gotten too like liberal, man. They're MTV back in the day, like definitely would have, but they're like too liberal now. They're too worried about offending somebody. So they're just like, yeah, teen mom. Like, you know, we're gonna like make having a kid when you're 14 popular again. Like, because that doesn't offend no one.
Anyone in here? Sean, you back from work yet? There we go. I'm back. If there was anyone here in the first place to talk to, that would have been great, but it's just me. Anybody else out there in the chat want to jump in and talk, please? Maybe? No? Yeah, I don't blame you either. I'm in here. We're still alive. Anybody want to talk? Or is it just me still? Pink, are you live?
Yo.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was in here by myself.
I see where Sean said he was going to a gun show.
And he just left it open. And I don't know, Bullseye just kind of just jumped in and just never said anything. Or he was here before I got here. I don't know. I was out busy doing other things.
Yeah, I was doing family things.
Did you hear about the crazy thing where California's governor is actually praising Trump now? Did you heard about that, right?
Yeah, I know the whole deal behind it, but yeah.
You know, it's just because he and wow, I was like, weren't you the one who was almost calling for secession? You know, in front of this the California state government, and now you're saying, hey, Trump's great. What the hell?
He's playing to his ego, hoping for some cash.
He wants some of that $1 trillion infrastructure cash.
I saw where another lake was at max also.
Here's the thing. They've got overflow in California. And honestly, they've got what somebody mentioned this because I was watching on Fox News earlier this morning. A lady had mentioned this, that California has over $1 billion in a fund called the Rainy Day Fund. Okay? And they should be using those billions of dollars to build more reservoirs to keep that water that is excess in California right now, so they don't run into another drought. But the animal rights and the eco activists won't like that, and you know, even though the farmers are calling for it. But hey, I'm of the opinion of let California crash and burn. That way we can build the wall around them.
Trying to find the name of the lake. It's the one that has the glory hole in it.
Yeah, it's not a glory hole. It's a crack. It's a leak.
Well, that's what they call it. No, I'm talking about this other lake. That's at max. Let's see if I can find a glory hole. Lake Berryessa. It's in Napa County. Well, come on, pull up the pictures. It's that one. It's the one that's got the
Yeah.
when it's at max, it looks like it's got a hole in the lake.
Is that just an effect, or does it really have a hole?
Yeah, well, it's got a overflow spillway.
Oh, so that's like a suction spout or something, right?
Yeah, it's like it's the part of the spillway. Whenever the lake gets up to a certain level, it goes down the hole. Escapes through the hole. That's where you get all those pictures of where it looks like everybody's saying there's a hole in the lake or a hole in the earth.
Oh, come on. We all know that Admiral Byrd found the hollow earth, okay? It's true. With dinosaurs still roam the earth, but they do it at the core. No joke.
Yeah, they said it's been 10 years since any water or the water level's been up to actually go out the hole.
Well, it's good that they're getting all that water, but they should be, doing something retroactively to keep the water from, to keep that water in some sort of reservoir, so they don't run into a situation where they're stealing everybody else's water because they don't have enough.
Right.
Because that's what they've been doing
Yeah.
the last 2 years.
There's that glory hole. It just goes down, exits right out on the other side of the dam.
Yeah.
Must be it right there.
Hey, if it works.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got home and jumped online. I was
Ready to set
actually
up a lobby.
looking at. Actually, I think his is going for another hour or two.
Awesome. Matt never showed up for his chat.
Does he do one on?
He does ones on
That's right,
Saturdays.
he does. Yeah.
He does the afternoon chat or whatnot. He didn't show up for it.
Let's see, 7 hours ago. So yeah, it'd be about 7, 8 o'clock. Let's see, eBay.
What you buying off eBay?
I don't know if it was eBay or Amazon. I was looking at them. Let's see here. I'll show you. As soon as it comes up, my internet's slow for some reason.
Not mine. Mine's fast. I got rid of Comcast. I'm on fiber optic internet now.
Nice.
They were literally just able to just connect my router straight to the fiber optic, so I don't have to use a modem or anything.
All right. Yeah, that's cool.
Yes. They just installed their own Ethernet port, and I'm like, yoink. I'm plugging in. So.
Let's see. Watch list.
Double the speed of Comcast and the same damn price. So.
Yep. It is on here. Let's. Ah, crap. That one ended. I should have went ahead and bought it. Yep, that's what I was looking at.
Aha. A backpack.
Well, this is a Vertex commuter sling bag.
The same thing. It's got one loop instead of two.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, let me add it to the guess not.
$89. Wow. They are not. They're not cheap.
Oh no, that was. Trust me. Here's what their retail is $179.
Good Lord. How'd you get the other one?
Well, the other one they ran out. It was Botash and they ran out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I saw these at SHOT Show. Man, they were nice. There's one for.
How was SHOT Show?
Yeah, it was pretty neat. You could see a lot of things. See that strap right there, that big one? That big handle?
Yeah.
That's the one you pull to get to your everyday carry that you've got hidden in the backpack.
Aha.
A lot of those Vertex bags has the straps. Where are they at? Who's got this one for sale? Oh, Botash. Yeah. Yeah, this is the messenger bag. I was looking at this one too. Yeah, see that list price $179.95, $89.99 right now.
And it's got free shipping.
Yep.
It's just like what, a briefcase or a laptop bag?
Yeah, messenger bag. But it's got a lot of concealed compartments, stuff like that. Like behind that shit. Let me just go right behind here. If I'm not mistaken, is a bunch of Velcro, where you can put patches and stuff like that.
Do they have a version that does that, or are you gonna put that on there?
Well, it's like behind this panel. See where there's a way to unzip those and tuck them in to where then all it is like Molly and Velcro. Let me just go to Vertex. Yeah, they should have a picture of it in there. As soon as the picture downloads.
That fast internet, yo.
Yeah, I know.
So that Ohio internet, right?
No, this is like we call it smoke signal internet because I'm so far out in the country.
Smoke signal. You must have big fire for big signal.
Yeah. Yeah, see. I mean, right there's the commuter bag, that one I was looking at. And see, you can hide it behind, let's see.
I don't think all your gun channels patches will fit.
Yeah, I know. See how that unzips? It'll tuck down in, and then
yeah,
That's what it looks like underneath. But it's got all kinds of compartments and let's see here. Let's get through all the pictures. Huh. Yep, Molly. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like if you sit down, like if you're riding a bus or something like that, and you go to sit down, you know, all you do is just pull your backpack around, and it's sitting right in front of you when you're sitting. That's where that strap comes in handy, because if something happens, you can just tug on that, and that your secret compartment just pops open, and you're ready for action. It's bags.
So you travel a lot?
No.
No?
I like backpacks.
You like backpacks. Well, there you go.
Plus, I need a lot better backpack than the ones I've got right now.
Yeah, the one I've got is like 7 or 8 years old. I'm probably going to have to get a new one, too. Of course, it's primarily just for my laptop.
Yeah. Let's see, where's... Yeah. Could have swore they had... Still carry bags. I wonder if that'll be in that.
Right.
Let's see. I don't see it. It's the... I don't know if you've seen people doing videos on them. It's the like the garment bags, like if you're carrying, taking your clothes with you on a trip or something like that.
You mean like a duffel bag?
Not really a duffel bag. It's for damn, where the hell? Professional rifle garment. I mean, maybe that's it.
Yeah, that's a duffel bag right there.
There we go. So that's what I was talking about.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Of course. But, you know, it's got a secret compartment, too.
Yeah, but you want to use this while you're driving. You don't want to try and bring that onto a plane.
Yeah.
That'll get you in trouble. It's like, did you drive to SHOT Show, or did you fly?
Oh, hell no. I flew. Yep, I flew. I took, 4 guns with me, so.
Now, I have a question for you, because I've never taken guns with me. What's the process for that? Since you did it, you can fill me in on what I have to do in case I do decide to go back to Arizona or something.
Okay, you've seen my gun case, right?
No, I don't think so.
Here, pull it up. Pull a picture up.
Can you carry multiple guns in one case? Is that okay, or?
Yeah. Yep. Actually, mine's a 3-gun case, and I carried 4 in it, so.
I've heard there's conflicting things with ammo, so if I go and do take my guns, I think I've decided I'm not going to try and bring any ammo with me, because I've heard sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's not.
Now, as far as your ammo, it just can't be loose. You can fill that thing up with boxes of ammo if you wanted to, as long as they're in their original boxes.
Okay.
But see mine, like I carried a bunch of magazines with mine.
The magazines weren't loaded, were they?
Yeah, they're you're allowed to have loaded magazines, just not in the gun.
Okay.
Come on, where's it at?
And how long? How ahead of time did you have to go in order to check yourself in and whatnot? Just so they could, because I assume they have to inspect it, right?
Actually, they didn't even look at it. Come on, where's my? There it is. There's my case.
Huh.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, so what did you bring with you?
Let's see. I had the FNS9 long slide, had the Rock Island 2011,
Mm-hmm.
had my normal side carry, which was the FNS9C, and then over here in this compartment, I had my headphones or my earbud or my what do you call them? Ear Pro, and then I put my ankle holster with my 43, and then I have another ankle holster that carries extra mags. I stuck them over on this side. But yeah, see, I mean, I had each one of these filled up with magazines. I stuck a magazine in between the guns right here. And you're allowed to travel with full magazines. So I made sure I filled up all my Rock Island magazines that I had with 40 cal. And of course I had the magazines for my carry guns. Those were all loaded. But yeah, you're not allowed to travel with anything in the guns. So the guns were unloaded, just the magazines were in the magazine spots, all of them loaded. And then I've got these latches right here. They're locking. TSA approved locks on these. And then, let me see if I can. Yeah, it gets right here, and right here is for padlocks. So I had 2 padlocks on it, and then, of course, both of these locks, so nothing was getting into it. And I had 2 large check bags. And, of course, they've got the handles on them. They extend. To where you can wheel them around and stuff. Well, when they've got that, they've got iron bars inside the suitcase. So I took one of those metal strap things and locked this case inside the suitcase, to where if they opened up the suitcase, they couldn't sit there and run off with this. It was all locked. Everything was all locked inside the suitcase too.
Yeah, but don't you have to declare that you have it?
Yeah. So when I got there, of course, you make sure you remember which one has the guns in it. But just walk up to the counter and say, I need to declare. I've got firearms, and she's like, okay, which one has it? And I was like, well, this one right here. She's like, well, go ahead and open it. So I opened up my suitcase. She saw that, and of course the case is sitting there all locked up and everything. She gives you a piece of paper to fill out. You write, with like questions on it, and it's, the guns are unloaded, and blah blah blah, a couple other questions, and she taped it right to this case, the gun case,
Mhm.
and said, "Okay, shut her back up, lock it up." And so I zipped up my suitcase, put the locks back on it, and she's like, "Okay, here's your ticket." And I mean, it was no time at all. I was, up there and heading towards TSA in no time. And see, they at the counter, at the ticket counter, they take my luggage. So yeah, once I put that sticker on it and then locked it back up, then it was heading towards the plane. And freaking TSA, I thought I was going to, I hear all these horror stories about how long it takes. Heck, I was through TSA in less than 5 minutes.
Huh.
It took longer to empty my pockets and take off my shoes and belt and everything than it did to actually pass through TSA.
Weird. I've never. It's always taken me hours to get through TSA.
And well, even coming back, coming back, going through Las Vegas airport, it didn't take. It may have taken me like 10 minutes.
It's not because they stopped me and asked me. It's just whenever I'm traveling, I always get stuck in the middle of a rush where there's just a ton of people.
Yeah.
So it takes forever. That
I
and you
must
try,
have been flying
you
at
try
the right
going
time.
through Sky Harbor. Let me just tell you that. And yes, Sky Harbor is in Arizona, in Phoenix. So yeah. Charleston Airport. That's not so bad because it's not large, but the issue is they have more than 1 or 2 lines for TSA. They've got like 2 or 3. So it's a little easier on that.
Yeah, I think Vegas had 4 or 5 of them running.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was sitting there joking with them in Vegas. It was, because I got up to the scanner and they was like, is everything out of your pockets? And I was like, well, if not, do I get to pick who gets to tackle me? Because
What do they say?
They just started, they just chuckled a little and, told me to hold my hands up, and he's like, okay, you're through.
Do they want you to take your belt off if your belt has metal on it, or?
Yeah. You got to take your belt off, your shoes off.
That means if you have an impressive belt buckle, you guys have to take it off.
Yeah, shoes, belt. You got to take laptops out of your bag. That's the only thing you need to take out.
When I was traveling before, they had to try and turn your laptop on to make sure it was working before they let you take it with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just to see that it would boot up and it wasn't,
Well, they scanned, but my laptop both times. So.
And you're good then. Remember, different airports, different states.
Yeah. Yeah, because they, when I went up to, Columbus Airport, to fly out for the first time, I asked the guy sitting at the booth, I was like, this is my first time flying. He's like, what do I need to do? And he told me, and then he's like, if you got a laptop, take it out of your bag and put it in a separate thing. And I was like, well, what about, iPads and stuff like that? He was like, nope, those can stay. Those can stay in your bag. So laptop was the only thing that needed to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a nice. I tell you what, this was a nice travel case right here.
I've been thinking about getting one of those travel cases for long guns, where you can put a couple rifles in it, as well as handguns. Thinking about getting one of those.
Yeah, if I would have thought about it, I would have got a 4-gun case instead of a 3-gun.
Well, and it's also a thing that I'm more of a rifle guy than I am, strictly a handgun guy.
Right.
Because I can afford rifles more than I can some handguns. Anyways, though, that's cool. Did you get to use that at the what do they call it? The day before the shoot?
Oh no, I didn't take that. Now 2 days before the shoot, when we went out in the desert, that's what I took that with us. As a matter of fact, I think G took some pictures of the gun sitting in there. Let's see. Let's see if it's on this page. It's going to take forever to go through his pictures.
Yeah. Don't go through his pictures.
Oh hell,
you
I
might
missed
not
that
find
one.
it.
I'm gonna have to go through his pictures. There's some in there that I missed. There's a lot in there I missed. Damn.
So you're getting ready to start up your chat?
Yeah, this one is gonna end here in probably about an hour, so I'll start mine up. Hopefully, it freaking lasts longer than a fucking hour.
Well, if it doesn't, there's always Smeggy to cut, pick up the slack.
Yeah.
Because Smeggy does all the chats.
Yeah, for some reason. Well, I mean, especially when I get home in the morning and it's sitting there trying to connect me back to the chat, so it's kicking me out and then not reconnecting.
Right.
Yeah, here's the gun show.
Uh-oh, Rover has to go out.
No, they just like to bark. They just bark at everything.
Well, it's better than my cat. My cat likes to argue with me. I'm not kidding. My cat argues with me all the damn time.
Oh, trust me, these guys argue too.
Yeah, but my cat's one of the few cats that will actually hold a conversation with you and tell you no. But either way, animals are animals.
Well, I guess he didn't. I thought he took a picture of him.
He might not have put it up on Instagram. It might be for his personal collection. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
He did get that one.
Which one? Is that your custom Glock?
Yep. That's my pink blaster.
Your pink blaster. Let me guess. You use that to protect yourself when you're riding around in the pink mobile.
Yep.
Are all your guns pink, or is it just that one?
Just that one. And I tell you what, Thumbs was a crack shot with this too.
Of course, it's Thumbs. He's got to be good at something.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that was good times there. Oh, there it is. Passed right over it.
Nice. Now, what you need to do is figure out a way to get an AR-15 in that box.
Trust me, I'd just get another box.
Come on.
Yeah, that company I got this from, they have all kinds of cases.
You could probably fit a pistol in there. You know, an AR pistol.
Yeah, it's possible if I get one of the who makes that yeah, see my Mountain Dew up in the corner.
I approve of the Mountain Dew. So does Smeggy.
But the one that has the side folding, the side folding stock that you can shoot it while it's folded. Is that Deadfoot Arms or
Maybe. So you have an AR with a folding stock?
no, not yet. I want to get one of those.
Okay. What is that? Did someone kill a squirrel or something and eat it?
Right
That right there. Yeah, what is that?
That's bacon.
That's bacon.
Bacon.
Can't see it.
Gluten free.
It is not gluten free. I don't know. Is that donut gluten free?
Yeah, everything was gluten free there.
Where was that? At one of the hotels or something?
That was at one of the well, it was at one of the hotels. It was one of the
restaurants.
Oh, yeah, whatever you call them, the buffets that we went to, breakfast buffets.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think we went to this one like 3 or 4 times. It was a good breakfast buffet. It was,
well, you know, if you need breakfast, right there, there's a rhino. It's a Chiappa Rhino.
and I tell you what, there were so many guns here. I was at that gun show the weekend, right after a shot.
So do they always have that gun show after shot, or is it just,
I believe so, yeah. What the hell?
So if I can do it next year, should I plan to go to the gun show as well?
Yes, and plan to have some money. Man, I would have came home with a 30-40 Krag if I had the extra money on me.
How much were they?
The one I saw was $12.50.
Don't take this the wrong way, and you can yell at me for being cheap, but I'd rather have one of these sporterized ones, which are only like $300 or $400, as opposed to, a complete original for like $1,200.
Well, compared to the $20,000 and $30,000 rifles and shotguns they had there, that was a steal.
I know, but look at it from my perspective. I don't always have a lot of money, so I usually go for the lower end stuff.
Right.
But if I did go do any of that, I would definitely want to get one of those. Is that a Mauser? Is that a C96 right there?
Right there,
Cut in half?
cut in half. Yep.
Huh.
Yep,
Never
that was
seen
at
that
the
before.
that was at the Antique Gun and Knife Show.
You wouldn't want to use that one. Though, there's probably some dumbass that would try, right?
Nah, I think they'd be smart enough to know better than that. Especially with half the barrel gone.
Bacon, tomato, and donut.
I think there's onion under here too.
Bacon, tomato, onions, and donut. What's it?
Breakfast taco.
BTOD, right?
Of course, I know there's pictures of all of us together. I'll show you my plate. Hell.
Is it gonna be where I'm gonna say, "How are you not dead?"
Yeah.
You should see my plates when I go to buffets.
Damn it.
The dog and the van patch.
Yeah. There's Oro being scared of Yankee.
Who? Oh, the dog.
Oro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was just dog.
Dog. Where's...
I don't blame that dog. I'd be scared of Yankee too.
Oh, there it is. There. Can you guess which one is me?
Yeah, I can guess. It's the pink one, right there at the top right.
Yep.
Come on, pink.
Let's see, we got some links here. We got bacon. We got ham. We got eggs underneath my toast.
I don't eat eggs. I'm not an egg person.
That's a spinach quiche right there, I think. I just got one of them to try it.
Was it any good?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's G's Donut.
Any other good pictures?
There's quite a few of them in there. And the G took a lot of pictures. I know I took a lot of pictures. Man, I like that. I never did. I forgot that one.
So is that Gun Channel's chess?
Yeah. Tactical chess.
Tactical chess. I was hoping there was, tactical checkers, but oh well.
That's operator checkers.
Operator checkers. All right, that's right.
Damn, that's a hell of a hashtag right there. Anyone want to bet if I can fill this game board up with real tiny guns?
I've seen longer.
Well, I can say that I understand why Moon told me to count press checks on John Wick 2.
That many?
Yeah. There's a lot of gunplay, though. I will say it was good.
Was the story as good as the last one?
Yeah.
About the same.
The story itself was kind of lacking, but the gunplay made up in it. But yeah, they're supposed to have a third one coming out, so.
Oh, snap. Oh, I just saw this on Reddit. Check this out. I'm going to link you. Check that out. Take that, California and New York.
Senior first, 2 4 candidates be there.
Take that, California.
That easy.
So if you have a California compliant rifle and it's got the fixed mag on there or welded on there, you can just put one of those uppers on, you're good.
Let me see if I can. Let's see. No, Hash put has got a video on one that I'll link you. It's gonna take a minute. Oh yeah, Hash. We posted that one too. Yeah.
And there's the Dead Horse build.
Oh, come on.
Gonna like that one.
Need to send the dogs out there and stoke the fires on my internet.
You're gonna send the dogs out. Ooh, an A5 riot gun. I'm gonna like that one.
Come on. Come on, pictures. It's gonna be tough going through her page. They're being a reposter. She posted a picture. California State Senate leader. Half my family's here illegally.
Yeah, it's that same senator that said the 30 caliber magazine clip.
Oh, that's him?
That's De Leon. It's like, half of my family's illegal here anyways and has guns.
Yeah, it's going to take forever to get through her page.
Which makes me wonder if half of his family was here illegally, then did he come here illegally himself?
Yeah, probably.
And at that point, does he have precedence to be a senator for California in the first place?
Yeah, as long
Because
as
he's
he...
illegal.
well, if he got his citizenship, then he's allowed. If he's a citizen now.
You know who we need to make a decision on this?
Trump?
We need Flippy in here to make a decision on this.
No. He just can't run for president. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it. She had posted a picture or a video of it was like a button that you put in there that the magazine was locked in place.
Uh-huh.
But as soon as you opened it up, the magazine dropped and you can do a mag change.
That sounds like the bullet button 2. The bullet button 2.0.
It might be, I don't know.
Because I think that requires you to actually open up the AR-15, and then you can, take the mag out, but you can't when it's closed.
Right.
Which is, to me, is some bullshit considering, I live in a free state.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it'd be so nice if these damn pictures would load. Come on. Okay, there's some SHOT Show pics. Let's see if this is it. Oh, this is a featureless Cali compliant options from Juggernaut Tactical.
this is the Juggernaut Tactical, new California compliant.
Juggernaut Tactical.
There, you'll probably be able to see it before I will.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Wow, that's great for California, but whatever. Uh-oh. G-Webs is doing a pistol patch. Still live, Pink?
Yep, I am. I'm still waiting to see the full video.
Wow.
Yeah, there was another one that once you broke the AR open, it it allowed a button to be to move or whatever.
Right. And yes, Dead Horse, I know I don't like those type of ARs either, but for our California brethren behind enemy lines like Heavy B, that's pretty much his only choice. Is to get something like that, use the bull button 2.0 or whatnot. He can't have a real AR-15. Also knives and Hashnasi. Or Hashnasi, or however the hell you say his name. So. Damn, this Saturday morning chat has lasted all the way to the evening.
Yeah.
Good job, Sean.
Wait a minute. This said there was. Seller's other items. I'll look at that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go watch G-Web's make patches.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
it's something to watch instead of the shit that's on TV these days.
Yeah, I know. We'll keep looking for a bag to buy.
Good luck.
Yeah.